Portuguese channel, we can hear you. Portuguese channel, we can hear you on. Welcome, welcome.
Not. Honorable members, I will now call on you to observe a moment of silence. May I note that the Honorable Speaker of the Republic of Tanzania is not with us today because she has to attend to an urgent matter. But I wish that we will remember her in our reflection. Thank you. Honorable members, let me welcome you all to the 53rd Plenary Assembly session. It is my pleasure and honor to be presiding over this assembly. I wish to remind the Plenary Assembly that the proceedings of this session are in all three official languages of the Forum, that is English, French, and Portuguese. Members are reminded that in line with the Forum's paperless policy, all documentation for this session is available electronically in all of the three official languages. Documents are available on the portal, the link of which has been provided by the Secretariat to all delegations through their desk officers. Those who would like to have hard copies of the documents may wish to make their own arrangements to have the documents printed. I wish to inform the Plenary Assembly that we have circulated guidelines for the movers and seconders of motions as a way of guiding the honorable members who are tabling motions in Plenary Assembly, with the aim of achieving efficiency and effectiveness in the use of time in view of the limited time that honorable members have in terms of Rule 33, bracket 3 of the Rules of Procedure. My other announcement is on the seating plan for the members. I wish to advise the Assembly that each member has been allocated a seat where he or she is expected to sit at all times. Therefore, any member who does not sit at his or her allocated place will not be recognized by the presiding officer to speak until he or she is seated at his or her allocated seat. Honorable members, I have received communication from some parliaments submitting names of new members designated to the SADC Parliamentary Forum in line with Article 7 of the SADC PF Constitution. Accordingly, the new members shall take an oath or affirmation of adherence in line with Article 8(4) of the SADC PF Constitution, which states that every representative of the Forum shall take an oath or affirmation of adherence to the Forum in such form and manner as may be approved by the Plenary Assembly. Let me therefore invite the Secretary General to administer the oath or affirmation of adherence to the following new members who are attending the Plenary Assembly for the first time since their designation to the SADC PF. Angola, Honorable Luisa P.F. Damio Santos.
Welcome, Honorable Luisa Damio. Kindly repeat after me. I take the oath
take oath before
this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
perante esta augusta Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC
that I shall approve the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
que respeitarei a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e demonstrarei respeito aos órgãos institucionais do Fórum.
To the best of my ability, the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Que que cumprirei da melhor maneira possível os princípios orientadores e os valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will continue with members from Angola. And may I ask the following members to please proceed to the podium. Honorable Domingos Musokola and Honorable Teresa Jose Adeline Neto.
Good morning, Honorable. Can you repeat after me?
Eu, Domingos Mussocola, juro solenemente perante esta augusta Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC
Demonstrate respect for the foreign institutional organ.
que respeitarei a Constituição e o regimento interno do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e demonstrarei respeito aos órgãos institucionais do Fórum.
Of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Cumprirei da melhor maneira possível os princípios orientadores e os valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Honorable Teresa Jose Neto. Honorable, can you repeat after me? I take the oath. Solemnemente perante esta augusta Asamblea Plenaria do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. And demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs. And uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Que respeitarei da melhor maneira possível os princípios orientadores e os valores fundamentais do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you and congratulations to the members from Angola. I will call on the member from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Honorable Nadine Mangabu.
Moi, Nadine Mangablo Abeya, je prête solennellement serment devant cette auguste assemblée plénière du Forum parlementaire de la SADC,
the Constitution Forum's institutional organs,
que je respecterai la Constitution et les règlements intérieurs du Forum parlementaire de la SADC et que je ferai preuve de respect envers les organes institutionnels du Forum et que je respecterai au mieux mes capacités, les principes directeurs et les valeurs fondamentales du Forum parlementaire de la SADC. Merci.
Thank you and congratulations to the member from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I will now call on the members from Lesotho to come up to the podium. Honorable Thiobang Sekamane, Honorable Mope Kati, Honorable Makaselo, Honorable Professor Ngosa Mahau, Honorable Dr. Pinky Mano Molela, Honorable Senator Piti Piti.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kindly repeat after me. I
I, Tlohang Sekhamane,
take the oath
Take-
before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before this august plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Honorable, kindly repeat after me. I
I, Mope Francis Khati,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Makatla. Honorable member, kindly repeat after me. I
I, Makatleho Motswasili,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of the procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and the core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Professor. Kindly repeat after me. I
I, Nkosalu Damahau,
take the solemn affirmation
Ma-
before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
make the solemn affirmation before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold to the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Honorable member, kindly repeat after me.
I, Pinky Rosemary Manamulela,
Make the solemn affirmation before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
make the solemn affirmation before this August plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organ,
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
I, Francis Piso,
take the oath before this August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before the August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institution organs.
That I shall uphold to the best of my abilities
That I shall uphold to the best of my abilities
the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you and congratulations to the member from Malawi. It is my pleasure to welcome the honorable members who have just taken the oath for joining the forum to represent their respective parliaments. I now wish to welcome the following observers who are attending the 53rd Plenary Assembly session: 2 members of parliament from the Parliament of Malawi, 2 members of parliament from the Parliament of Namibia. We also have representatives from our cooperating partners, EF, as invited to the plenary assembly. May I request all observers in the room to stand? You are most welcome to the 53rd Plenary Assembly session of the Forum. Thank you, partners. Honorable members, I wish to inform the Plenary Assembly that we have received apologies from the Parliament of Madagascar, the Parliament of Mozambique, and Parliament of Mauritius. When concerning debate, I remind members that the rule is to stick to 5 minutes of allocated time when given the floor to debate. Honorable members, for purposes of accurate verbatim recording, you are reminded to always introduce yourself by your name and country whenever you are given the floor to speak. I will now ask, are there any notices of motions? Thank you. I have a little difficulty reading that far, so please excuse me. I will just indicate the members who have raised their hands, and you will introduce yourself. Honorable member. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. President, honorable members. My name is Ditapelo Kiorapetsi, MP from Botswana. Mr. President, I rise to give notice that today, Tuesday, the 4th July 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on trade, industry, finance, and infrastructure on debt ceiling in SADC member states. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning. My name is Ishmandail Aunani, and I'm rising on behalf of the Committee of the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources. Mr. President, I rise to give notice that on Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources on the situation of hunger and food insecurity in the SADC region, challenges fueling food insecurity, major international goals and African agenda, investments and performance of the Malabo commitments, and environment that can attract the youth to invest in the agriculture sector. I beg to move, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to come again, now in my capacity as the chair of the Model Laws Oversight Committee, or in other words, the chair of chairs. Mr. President, I rise to give notice that on Thursday, the 6th of July, 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Parliament Model Laws Oversight Committee on progress on the domestication of the SADC Model Law on elections, using electoral system designing to achieve inclusive governance, specifically women, youth, and minority groups' participation and representation, as well as political financing regulation. Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will call on the Honorable Member on the far right. Honorable Member.
Good morning, everybody, all honorable members, Mr. President. My name is the Honorable Roger Bistoke from the National Assembly of Seychelles, and I have two motions, Mr. President. The first one is I rise to give notice that on Wednesday, the 5th July, 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly to adopt a report on the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs on strengthening sexual reproductive health and rights in the context of climate change and emergency situation. I beg to move, Mr. President. The second one, Mr. President, I give notice that on Thursday, the 6th of July, 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly to adopt the report on the joint session of the Standing Committee on the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC model laws on child marriage and gender-based violence, good practices, challenges, and the way forward. I beg to move, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have the next Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. My name is Honorable Regina Esparo, Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. I rise to give notice that on Wednesday, 5th of July, 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on leveraging social media to advocate women's political participation in the SADC region. I beg to move, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the Honorable Member here on the near right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Shirley Josefa Raymond, Member of Parliament from Tanzania.
Please continue, the Honorable Member.
I rise to give notice that on Wednesday, 5th July 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee of Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development on the role of parliamentarians in promoting the gender and climate justice agenda in the SADC region. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Daud Ndiweni, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Mr. President, I give notice that on Wednesday, the 5th of July 2023, I shall move that the Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, titled Towards a Right-Based Approach to the Conduct of Business within the natural resources sector in the SADC region. What parliamentarians can do. I beg to move, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member from Angola.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pedro Sebastião. I'm a Member of Parliament of the National Assembly of Angola. I would like to notify that on Wednesday, the 5th of July, I will move for the adopts on the EXCO on matters, on administrative matters.
Honorable Member. Do I have the Honorable Member from Eswatini and our Treasurer?
Mr. President, my name is Mduduz Matsebula. I give notice that today, Tuesday, the 4th July 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters of SADC Parliamentary Forum, the Treasurer's report. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The member on my left.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I beg to also give a second notice. Mr. President, I rise to give notice that on Thursday, the 6th July 2023, I shall move that the 53rd Plenary Assembly do adopt a report of the joint meeting of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, and Standing Committee on Democracy, Governance and Human Rights, on Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation, whilst encouraging direct investment. I so move, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Do I have all the members who have to present motions? Thank you. With the presentation of the notices, we will now move to the first order of business for the day. I call on the Secretary General. Would you please read the first order for the day?
Presentation of country reports by speakers and heads of delegations on progress in relation to the implementation of the decisions of the 52nd Plenary Assembly session as contained in the verbatim record for the 52nd Plenary Assembly.
Thank you, Secretary General. Honorable members, I wish to invite heads of delegations to present their country reports in relation to the progress on the implementation of the decisions of the 52nd Plenary Assembly session as contained in the verbatim record for the last Plenary Assembly. Each delegation report will be allocated 15 minutes for both presentation and discussions. I shall open for debate when all countries have presented their reports in order to best use our time. Thank you. Before we proceed, I see a member from South Africa has raised a hand. I will give the floor to the member.
Mr. President, sorry for this, to take you back, but there was just a small oversight in our presenting our motion, if you would please allow.
I will allow, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly to adopt the reports of the Executive Committee on SADC-PF Policy and Administrative Matters, which call for the policy consideration by the 53rd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table of the 4th of July 2023.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can I give this? Honourable member from South Africa, I will have to disallow your motion because the motion has to be presented by a speaker and not by a member. We will now proceed to the country reports, and I will call on the member heads of delegation in alphabetical order, and I remind you that we have 15 minutes in total for the report. I call on the head of delegation from Angola.
Senhor Presidente do Fórum.
Honorable Speaker of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Madam Clerk of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, speakers of national parliaments, it is for me an honor to submit the Angolan report on the implementation of the resolutions adopted by the 52nd Plenary Assembly session that took place in December 2022, urging the members to adopt various measures in order to strengthen the implementation of the objectives for integration in our region. The Angolan state continues to implement projects
to the fact that I'm getting French on Channel 1, so I don't know if other members are having this problem. If you would please. Channel 1, okay.
Can you get us now, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, very much. I'm apologize for the interruption. Honorable member from Angola, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker of the Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Speakers of the national parliaments, Madam Clerk, it is an honor for me to submit the report of Angola on the implementation of the resolutions adopted during the 52nd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum that took place in December 2022, urging member states to adopt various measures in order to strengthen the implementation objectives for regional integration. The Angolan state continues to implement programs and projects with a view to harmonize progressively the political, economic, and social order of SADC countries within the framework of cooperation and regional integration. And Angola is implementing the decisions and recommendations by SADC in the following areas. And I'm going to outline some of the activities that Angola has undertaken within the framework of the recommendations of the 52nd Plenary Assembly Session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as regards gender equality, promotion, advancement of women, and youth promotion. Angola is implementing a program for the protection of children and literacy and education of young people and adults, the local development and poverty eradication program, the program of transfers and remittances, and the advancement of women program, as well as eradication of child labor. The implementation of programs that I have just outlined have enabled us to put in place public tools in order to strengthen the protection of women and children in terms of access to justice and social assistance, and the promotion of activities that aim to enhance human capital, particularly for youth and girls. In terms of concrete outcomes, up to the first term of 2022, 365 protection networks were established and centers that cater for children. And whistleblowing system, SOS Child, had 256 whistleblowers on child abuse, though there have been some inadequacies. Child marriage is of great concern for the public institutions in Angola, and a set of activities are underway in order to eradicate this. As we know, the traditional marriage of minors is a crime, and those who perpetrate are punished up to 2 years imprisonment. And there was a presidential decree aimed at eradicating child labor in order to eradicate this problem, which is occurring in street hawkers, transport activities, and civil construction. We opened 51 health centers and employed 33,000 health professionals, of which 2,359 are doctors, medical doctors. First, healthcare and the equipment of the health centers with equipment for diagnostics and basic medicines against pandemics such as malaria, HIV, AIDS, and TB. At present, we have 149 vocational training centers, of which we're promoting. And this has increased the number of young people who have been trained in vocational training from up to 47,000. And we are implementing sensitization and capacity building activities. And to the end of the first term of 2022, we trained 2,022 activists, 332 women and youth in small businesses. And we established 45 startup projects and 2 groups for incubation of businesses. In terms of impact, these activities in the area of gender equality, we have improved participation of women in decision-making positions, both in political spheres and in public service. From 27th position in 2017 to 23rd position within the African ranking. As regards recommendations as pertains to performance in the agricultural sector in order to ensure nutrition and environmental sustainability, we are implementing programs to improve nutrition and commercial agriculture, animal husbandry, and development of forestry resources and sustainable exploitation of aquaculture and the development of sustainable aquaculture. Amongst other measures in the agriculture sector, the companies have had a reduction in terms of taxation in order to stimulate productivity, and schools, demonstration schools were put in place, and the cooperatives which aim to improve the productivity of cereals and legumes and sugarcane, meat, eggs, and milk. Angola had expansion in terms of catchment in the fisheries sector and artisanal fisheries. As regards the transition to sustainable energy, renewable energies represent one of the major concerns for the government. And for that reason, the government is strongly committed to develop renewable energies with the aim to turn them into the main source of energy for Angola, and also in the hydropower. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola, through its internal policies, ensures the implementation of activities arising from the commitments within SADC and as regards the implementation of the targets. And at the moment, we are designing the National Development Plan for 2023-2027, with some of the major objectives being the accelerated development of the country, with a special focus on regional integration, inclusive growth, sustainable development within the framework of strategy of the Agenda 2063. And we reiterate the commitment as members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to implement the responsibilities that we have undertaken with a view to accelerate the development of the region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now propose, if there are any points of discussion from the floor, we have about 4 minutes. Do I have any hands? Then we will proceed to the next report, and I call on the head of delegation from Botswana.
Good morning, Mr. President, honorable members, and the House at large. The 52nd Plenary Assembly took place in December 2022. In that regard, the monitoring of implementation of resolutions from the meeting is at its infancy and still ongoing 6 months later. However, it is worth noting that many of the resolutions also address on ongoing programs and action plans which Parliament of Botswana is dealing with and has addressed. Parliament will thus continue exercising greater oversight to ensure implementation at national level. While resolutions are yet to be adopted by Parliament of Botswana, a draft action plan for 2023 has been developed for Parliament oversight committees. The draft action plan has mainstreamed interparliamentary resolutions within committees' activities with a view to tracking and ensuring implementation of such resolutions and ensuring feedback. The action plan will further be supported by the revised strategic plan 2023-2027, whose development has commenced. The framework is premised on the outputs and outcomes from various regional and international resolutions to inform targeted parliamentary actions. On the monitoring of implementation of regional and international protocols and arrangement through domestication into national legislation and instruments. The action plan identifies the following thematic areas for action: universal health care and sexual, reproductive, and health rights, gender development and equality, climate change, migration and refugees, governance and human rights, sustainable development goals, food security and nutrition, youth development and participatory democracy. Parliament of Botswana continues to engage with all portfolio ministries in ensuring that sustainable development goals, from which most of the resolutions are premised, are to be realized. Major issues that are at the forefront of our development goals get the deserved attention in all government engagements. Climate change, which the world over is grappling with, is at the helm of all government development strategies. For example, currently, the review of the Radiation Protection Act is ongoing. This is intended to strengthen and sustain the national regulatory environment in line with the Transitional National Development Plan 2023-2025. Strategies for public safety and protection. The review will also align the legislation with the prevailing international nuclear safety standards and international conventions ratified by Botswana. Government of Botswana has further developed the climate change policy and its strategy and action plan to mainstream issues of climate change and sustainable development into development planning. Botswana places high regard on the Human Rights Treaty, as dictated by the United Nations. Just this year in March, the country introduced an online course on human rights, which is open to all. The aim of the course is to change knowledge and awareness about human rights and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs for short, in the country. The role of the key stakeholders, including the United Nations, government agencies, the private sector and civil society, institutional arrangements, and key issues. This course is expected to contribute to identifying synergies
between human rights and SDGs in implementation roles and responsibilities to increase achievements on both human rights and SDGs targets, and to strengthen institutional arrangements and processes. In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, our President, please allow me, honorable members, to stop here, as we will make available the country's report on implementation of resolution in detail of the SADC PF Secretariat for dissemination to all of you. May God prevail over you and process peace at its entirety. I thank you, our President.
Thank you, Honorable Head of Delegation from Botswana. I will now open the floor for any points for discussion. There are no points for discussion at this point. I will proceed and call on the Head of Delegation for the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci beaucoup, honorable président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I'm Reverend Dr. Sanguma Musai, second Speaker of the Senate, and I am the current Head of Delegation. Honorable President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Speakers of National Parliaments, Honorable members and dear colleagues, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to thank, on behalf of the DRC Parliament and myself, the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania for the warm welcome and the organization of the proceedings of the 53rd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. You should recall that during the 52nd session of the Plenary Assembly that was held in Kinshasa, many recommendations were made to help national parliaments to implement them. Therefore, the Parliament of the DRC did the following. With regard to the transformation of SADC into a regional parliament, Honorable Speaker, we received your letter inviting the Parliament of DRC to continue its lobbying for the signature of the amendment of the Treaty of SADC. My country and my parliament will continue lobbying besides our government. I wish to inform you that the issue of the signature of the amendment was mentioned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Committee of Foreign Affairs of DRC. The Parliament is working on this issue until the agreement will be signed. With regard to food, agriculture, and natural resources, and commerce, industry, finance, and investments, the Parliament of DRC, through the Senate, initiated a draft bill on the fundamental principles relating to agriculture. The draft bill is being considered by the two chambers and is taking into consideration the fact that some laws are inadequate and others are discriminatory, and this cannot help the country to meet the objective of growth foreseen within the framework of this law. These provisions are also likely to reduce the government's ambition to
revamp agriculture and make this sector the motor of self-sufficiency as far as food is concerned. These laws, if they are modified, amended, will eliminate the discriminatory aspect in that it is excluding foreign people in agricultural concessions and the requirement to have the majority of shares in the companies that operate in DRC. This is in line with the roadmap adopted by DRC to improve the business environment, therefore easing the process of acquiring business licenses. With regard to the social and environmental aspect and the modalities of implementation on one hand, and on the other hand, the provisions of law number 004 on the investment code modify the provisions of the law that has just been mentioned with regard to the tax rate on added value concerning agricultural concessions and taxes on agricultural income, and to bring these taxes to a reasonable level, allocate 10% of the budget to the agricultural sector to boost it. Moreover, the DRC modified the order of 2023 on numeric code. It is worth mentioning that the Presidency of the Republic, through the National Service Program, contributes to the effort to revamp agriculture to combat food insecurity and work for the integration of youth. With regard to democracy, governance, and human rights, this year is an electoral year. Thus, during the 2023 session, the Parliament adopted the bill on the distribution of seats, and this law opens the way for organization of elections in December 2023. Therefore, the National Independent Elections has convened on the 5th of this year, the fourth cycle of general elections. The law on distribution of seats offers a space for youth to participate in elections and participate in the governance process. With regard to the exclusivity, the Parliament commends the National Electoral Commission for its inclusivity work. The Parliament has carried out its oversight work. Audits have been carried out within the House and within committees. Special attention was accorded to security issues and the fight against impunity. With regard to human rights, it is worth noting that DRC has just strengthened its laws with the adoption of the law on the protection and the responsibility of human rights defenders in the Democratic Republic of Togo. The law complementing the law of 2004 with regard to repression and prevention of the human trade, the law laying down the fundamental principle of prisons, the DRC Parliament is committed to work for good governance with regard to gender equality, women empowerment, and empowerment of the youth and their development. The Parliament of DRC is attentively following gender issues, women empowerment, and youth empowerment. It is worth noting in this regard that within the Parliament of DRC, there have been significant progress with regard to equality between men and women. For example, in particular in the Senate, where I'm a member, there's a high representation of women in the current legislature compared to that of 2011. We went to from 5 to 25% of women elected senators. The current bureau has 3 women out of 7 members. Some committees are presided by women. For example, the Committee on External Relations, Women and Family. With regard to the fight against violence against women, the Parliament adopted a law on the reparation to victims of violence, sexual violence, and victims of acts against peace and security. This law was promulgated by the President of the Republic. The adoption of this law marks a significant stride in the fight against sexual violence and a response to organizations that advocate this cause. With regard to the youth, the Parliament also adopted a law on the entrepreneurship of women and youth. The government has set up a fund to guarantee entrepreneurship in DRC to guarantee the capacity training of women and youth. The law on entrepreneurial of activities of men and youth will help to fight youth unemployment, promote entrepreneurship within youth, and thus create conditions for job creation. Thus, government programs allocate financing and counseling for administrative modalities. With regard to universal health care, as indicated in our previous report, the 2023 finance bill takes into account universal health care, and the government has adopted order number 03 of 3 March 2006, modifying and completing law number 18/035 of 2018, setting up the fundamental principles relating to organization of public health, and this law has established universal health care. Honorable President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable speakers of national parliaments, dear members and colleagues, Madam Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, to conclude, I would like to seize this occasion to express my sincere gratitude to the SADC sub-region in its entirety, especially to the SADC Parliamentary Forum for your solidarity to the government and the people and of DRC, and for your continuous commitment to pursue efforts to establish peace, security, and sustainable development in my country. I thank you for your continuous support, the support that you've always accorded us when we had to promote democratic principles and facilitate political transition and peaceful transmission of power, and the use of SADC resources to maintain peace and security. Developments, sacrifices, and development of SADC for peace and stability in DRC should continue to make a remarkable difference in the life of the Congolese people and contribute to the peace and global security of our sub-region. Faced with the continuation of military and paramilitary activities and armed groups and acts of terrorism against civil population, especially innocent women and children in the east of DRC, the government of DRC once more calls for greater solidarity of parliamentarians of the SADC.
I will give the floor for any further points of discussion. The honorable member. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Mr. President, first of all, I want to congratulate Honorable Mosai and the previous ones from Angola and Botswana for their presentation. Secondly, I have two things which I'd like to share with your House here. There's one thing which the presenter came up with. I think it's common to the rest of us. And now, since he was the first one to mention it, I would like you, at your capacity, to see how it's going to be taken aboard. And this is the point of making sure that the SADC Parliamentary Forum become a full parliament. So he told us that they are still lobbying. And I think the rest of the other countries are still lobbying. Now, my problem is, for how long shall we keep on lobbying? Who is preventing us from becoming a full parliament? It has been a while now. Well, this is my second plenary assembly. I attended the one in Malawi and then the one in Congo. And it always come up, we are still lobbying. Now, I'd like you, Mr. President, maybe all the rest of us, to see who is preventing this parliamentary forum from becoming a full parliament. It is high time we put a time frame. Otherwise, it will be endless. We'll be lobbying, and it will be the language. Secondly, I want to congratulate him for coming up with this point, or in their country making more youth seats in the coming election. He mentioned so, and he said the number of women are increasing. As I'm speaking, I'm the chairperson of GEWID. So I'd like to know the progress. He said they were 5%, then to 25%. What is their target in the coming election? Mr. President, I submit.
Thank you, honorable member. I will now have to call time on points of discussion. I will remind the honorable members to always identify themselves when they take the floor. Thank you. I proceed to the member, the head of delegation from Eswatini.
Procedure, Mr. President.
Yes, honorable member from Malawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your guidance, Mr. President, I'd like to ask for your guidance. After an intervention has come, just like the one from Tanzania, how are we going to proceed? Do we proceed receiving reports from the other member of parliaments or the other member states, or do we debate it at length and exhaust it? Because I think she brought something that is very critical in as far as deadlines is concerned for this forum to become a parliament. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I am proceeding according to the allocation of time that we have for each of the report. When points are raised, we will have an open floor for the debate, and I will invite the heads of a delegation to note any points that have been raised in respect to their report to address when they reply to the debate. Thank you, honorable member. I will, honorable member, honorable head of delegation from Angola. Do you wish to make a point, or If you wish to address the points that have been raised in discussion, I would propose that you do that in your reply to the debate.
Senhor Presidente, é uma coisa rápida.
It's a very quick one. Mr. President, my name is Pedro Sebastian from Angola. With regard to the issue that has been raised by Tanzania and that has been seconded by Malawi, I think that we can try to refer to all these issues when the discussion of the EXCO report comes. That's when we can deal with this issue. That's my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. That will also be possible, but we can take some points when heads of delegation respond to the debate and other points when they come up in the EXCO report. Thank you. Can I give the floor to the head of delegation from Eswatini now?
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Strider Mpanza from Eswatini. I'll be making this presentation on behalf of the Honorable Speaker. May I start by recognizing all the dignitaries in their various capacities. Honorable President, the presentation from Eswatini considers the implementation of the decision of the 52nd Plenary Assembly session with respect to the various standing committees, which was themed the role of Parliament in strengthening legislative frameworks for peace and security in the SADC region. Such decision implementation has been an eye-opener as Parliament has reviewed the legislative calendar by passing more bills and enacted laws which are now aligned to the Constitution of Eswatini. This is done under the following methodology. The Parliament core business, which I hope we all know is mandated to legislation, representation, and oversight. We also conducted public hearings. We did the tabling and debate of motions, questions and answer sessions, domestication of SADC PF model laws, benchmarking where necessary. We have also ratified treaties and conventions, did ministerial statements. SADC PF standing committees head the implementation of the following strategies on decisions of the plenary, which cuts across the standing committees as some thematic issues are mainstreamed. We had food, agriculture, and natural resources, representation in the country, trade, industry, finance, investment, democratization, governance, and human rights. We had the RPM block, regional parliamentary caucus, gender and youth empowerment. These issues were looking at border trade, wars, security, particularly women and small, medium enterprises. There was also regulatory frameworks in export and import of pharmaceutical products at border post, also involving the youth and marginalized groups in socio-economic and political spheres of growth and development. The action plan from the countryside, we have been piloting and passing into law the Citizen Empowerment Bill, which has contributed to establishment of a dedicated council to ensure fair labor practice that protects small traders, women, and youth. The council ensures equitable access to financial support for small-scale projects. Also piloting and passing into laws to ensure equitable representation in parliament structures, so as working on the nomination and elections process through amendment of the current electoral law, piloting of pharmacy legislation to guard inter alia against illicit practices in the pharmaceutical. Under food, agriculture, and natural resources, there was an expansion of investment in agroecology for sustainable development and climate change. We also looked at natural resources where we dealt with issues of land and its entitlement. There's also been an introduction of a fund worth 44 million for which acts as a farming subsidy. Through gender and youth responsive budgeting, there is access to startup capital driven by the theme, the future of Africa's agriculture rests on the youth. It is a special call which encourages stakeholders to invest, empowering the youth by creating innovation hubs which link the youth investors and promote innovative agriculture practices. There's also a Youth Empowerment Development Fund, which are easily accessibly, equitably, and distributed through the Youth Fund. This is embedded in all the constituencies of the country. We also have the Rural Development Fund, which is also committed to empower the youth through innovative agricultural transformations and context-based programs. Continuation and action, which is looking at reversing urban sprawl. Since many youth were migrating to urban areas, there's been a program that was established to reverse the sprawl, which is incentivizing the youth to migrate back to the rural areas and contribute to agriculture and rural development, which is therefore key in attaining sustainable development goals. This has been, Mr. President, a prominent topic among diverse stakeholders as the youth present the potential to transform the sector through their rich technological know-how and provision of innovative workforce. The Youth and Women Responsive Land Tenure Reforms. The tenure rights provides guidelines for access, utilization, and management of the land, hence fundamentally youth engagement in agriculture. This has informed transitions to transformative youth and women responsive land reforms. Eswatini Parliament also considers the interest of the youth and young women who take interest in the agriculture. Thus, the majority of them are into the production of vegetables, particularly baby vegetables. There's also an establishment of youth centers through the Rural Development Fund. There's been a Wi-Fi which are installed for research in various constituencies for the youth. Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus, Gender and Youth, Women and Development, and HSD SP, which are somehow cross-cutting in their operations. We have Eswatini, which has reviewed an elections act in appreciation of the gender protocol on gender and development towards attainment of 50-50 gender parity. Parliament engagement with EBC in harmonizing EBC Elections and Boundaries Commission in harmonizing elections on women through various civic and empowerment campaigns. There's also been public hearings on the reviewing an amendment of the Marriage Act and Matrimonial or Property Entitlement Act to curb the human rights challenges on women, which has been conducted nationally through the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs Portfolio Committee. In response to land issues and women's rights, on the Nation Land enables women entitlement or rights in acquiring land through a traditional system called Bukonda, or an acquiring land system. And on title deed land, the Urban Act has been amended such that women can procure land without any strings attached. On women in development, involuntary settlement, which are conducted by an organization by the name is SADC, which is an abbreviation, which is a Swatini Water and Agricultural Development Enterprise, pronounced an inspection through the Agriculture Portfolio Committee where relocation and compensation was implemented in compliance with the Agriculture Act. The principle is to make them better off than what they were. Allow me, Mr. President, to continue with the same issue in establishment of guidelines and establishment of shelters for gender-based violence survivors to be safe against their perpetrators. Women parliaments have tabled motions on the impact of climate change and the sustenance of livelihood. There has also been laws to improve value addition and establishment of reliable and controlled market for agriculture produce, which were enacted. Under SRHR thematic areas, there was a review and amendment of SRHR related legislation, which included the sort of act, which is an abbreviated act of 2018, which had a few contentious clauses that have, however, been amended. The redressing of gaps on delayed trials of GBV cases through justice centers are also attended to. The sensitization of Parliament on SADC PF, gender-based violence model law. There's also been strengthening political will by politicians as SRHR champions and sharing with media SRHR sensitive issues where we have advocacy and champions from Parliament. We've also increased SRHR motions which were tabled and evidence-based debates with respect to GBV. Motions have been tabled to declare GBV a national emergency in the past few months. Eswatini has enacted policies, Honorable President, and low gaps in relation to gender-responsive budgeting, gender-based violence, sexual assault, universal health coverage and access to medicine for all, retention policy guidelines in relation to early and unintended pregnancies, enactment of laws to hike textile workers' wages after a very long time, and these include young women and girls. There's also an enactment of laws on cyber security, curbing all forms of social media bullying, etc. Parliament mandate is also aligned to the 2022-2025 strategic plan, which envisions the importance of taking Parliament to the people. Thus, public hearings have been conducted on laws infringing on the rights of the marginalized populace, who are people living with albinism, girl child, young women, physically disabled, to name a few. In conclusion, Honorable President, Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini is mindful of its core mandate to execute sound legislative framework, practice oversight honorable to inclusivity with respect to representation. Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini further pledges and affirms that implementation of unintended decisions will be unattended decisions will be ongoing with the upcoming Parliament as we head for the elections. We thank you, the SADC PF, for such informative regional coordination and nurturing of such champions with strong political will among member states. Maybe before I thank you, Honorable President, may I also affirm that the Kingdom of Eswatini is in full support of the transformation of SADC PF into a regional parliament, and their majesties have endorsed all relevant documents with regard to that. I thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members may raise any points in relation to this report. Remember that there will be opportunity to raise general points, common points in the session for debate. I do not have any hands raised. I will proceed to the report from the head of delegation of Malawi.
Mr. President, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Aisha Mambo Adams. I'm the second Deputy Speaker of Malawi Parliament, and I'm the leader of delegation. Mr. President, thank you very much for giving an opportunity to the Parliament of Malawi to give a report on the progress in implementation of the decisions made in the 52nd SADC PF Plenary Assembly. Mr. President, I'll start on the SADC member states to ensure domestication and implementation of the model law on elimination of child marriage and protection of children already in marriage, and the model law of gender-based violence. Malawi has ratified several international conventions, enacted a number of laws, and adopted some policies that aim at protecting the rights of the child, elimination of child marriages, as well as protection of children already in marriage. Parliament of Malawi unanimously adopted a constitutional amendment that raises the minimum age of marriage from 15 to 18 years in 2017, following the enactment of the Marriage, Divorce and Family Relations Act in 2015. The government has been working towards improving the legislative and policy environment by reviewing the relevant laws and policies, whilst taking cognizance of the SADC model law on elimination of child marriage and protection of children and other international instruments. On budgets and funding for initiatives and programs aimed at addressing issues of gender-based violence and child marriage, Malawi has a general population structure that has marginally more females than males, and this situation ideally calls for equity in distribution of national resources. There have been efforts of making sure that all population groups are given ample consideration in national resource allocation in Malawi, but resource constraints has always been the challenge. The engagements for gender sensitive have been ongoing in Malawi, both in Parliament and by the Ministry of Gender, and they will continue in making sure that there is balance and equity in resource allocation. On SADC member parliaments to ensure that the SADC Gender Protocol on Gender and Development is domesticated in the respective national laws in order to attain the 50-50 gender parity, Malawi apply international tools, conventions, protocols and treaties, etc., to its enacted domestic laws and adopted policies. These laws and policies are reviewed from time to time, and in such instances, the review processes take cognizance of the prevailing international frameworks that include the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development as regional guiding perspective. Malawi will continue to take on board provisions from such international protocols in enacting and reviewing its national laws as one way of domesticating the same. In making electoral process favorable to women, the government of Malawi, through Parliament, has enacted various laws and adopted policies that aim at providing greater platforms for political participation by all women in particular. There have been various efforts by government and partners to ensure greater participation of women at all levels as follows. Ongoing sensitization campaign on gender and women empowerment, and lowering of nomination fees for female candidates in running up election by the Malawi Electoral Commission to 25% less than the fee for men, among others. On the issue of working with law enforcers to prevent electoral violence and other malpractices that prevent women from participating in politics, Malawi believes that violence during elections prevents common women from participating in elections. Thus, their voice is inhibited, hence the need for engagement with security agents. Besides the deliberate effort of encouraging women participation in politics and elections, the notion of violence-free and fair elections is heavily emphasized in Malawi. Hence, conducting the past election in a free and fair that has seen an incremental trend of women participation in politics. The Malawi Electoral Commission has continued to implement various reforms, notable of which recently is the constituency demarcation exercise, which Parliament approved and implementation is at advanced stage. This, we believe, will likely increase women participation in politics. On the issue of SADC member parliaments, to strengthen their oversight role in the budget process so as to ensure accountability and transparency in the allocation of resources so that budget formulation and implementation process are engendered, Malawi is committed to advancing the rights of its citizens, in particular women who have been historically disadvantaged in many aspects, which include access to resources for their livelihoods, participation in politics, and decision-making. As early as 2004, the ministry responsible for gender, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, developed guidelines on gender-responsive budgeting in the public sector, though their implementation has faced challenges over the years. On the issue of SADC member states to work with civil society organizations and other stakeholders to engage the youth, particularly young women, including young women living with disabilities, on sexual and reproductive health issues and harmful cultural practices that have the potential to limit their meaningful participation in governance structures and in other areas that affect their lives. There have been progressive policies and the presence of youth in some policy-making structures indicating substantial headway in Malawi. Despite recent progress in involving young people in SRH policy-making, notable gaps remain between policy and practice. For instance, the youth in other geographical areas are unable to access SRH services, and the youth living with disabilities suffer more from this. Accordingly, there are efforts to ensure social inclusion in provision of contraception, information, and services among the youth, women, and men in Malawi. On the issue of building competitive and resilient pharmaceutical value chains to guarantee commodity security, given the current status of most studied countries being net importers of medical and pharmaceutical products, and the risk it places on the health of the regional population, the Ministry of Industry and Trade engaged the Central Medical Stores Trust, Ministry of Finance and Pharmaceutical and Medicines Regulatory Authority, and the Ministry of Health to ensure that certain products are manufactured locally, though Forex challenges are hampering progress. Malawi has been implementing the Buy Malawi strategy since 2013 and was aimed to benefit the country with the supply of affordable and ever-available pharmaceutical supplies. But despite giving the pharmaceutical manufacturers of Malawi a high supply percentage to Central Medical Stores Trust, challenges continued to be faced in the supply chain avenues, as about 70% of raw materials are to be imported, hence expensive. In spite of these challenges, it remains the ultimate desire of the nation to have the strategy implemented to its success. Imploring SADC governments to put in place concrete measures as well as a mix of interventions that directly address cross-border trade challenges, the government of Malawi, through the Ministry of Trade and Industry, with support from partners, has embarked on establishment of one-stop border posts at a border post shared with Zambia and several border posts shared with Mozambique as one way of implementing the simplified trade regime. The twin border posts for the two neighboring countries share one building to reduce number of stops a border trader makes before crossing into the neighboring country. The government has established trade information desk officers at the border posts to facilitate information sharing and provide on-the-spot assistance to cross-border traders. On the same establishment of the National Single Window, which will establish an online platform which will house all institutions required to obtain export clearances. Mr. President, lastly, on scaling up monitoring mechanisms and ensure the respective SADC governments design and implement trade policies that promote inclusive development, such as gender mainstreaming, Malawi has a national trade policy in place, which was adopted in 2016. The policy takes on board tenets of the National Gender Policy for inclusivity purposes. Enhancing women's access to financial services and credit is crucial for their participation and success in trade. The government facilitates women's access to domestic and international markets by creating platforms, networks, and market linkages. Government and indeed parliamentarians have been encouraged to creation of networks and support systems for women in trade to facilitate knowledge sharing, collaboration, and peer support. Mr. President, I have a lot on my table, a reaction or response to each and every decision made in the 52nd plenary session assembly, but I don't have enough time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have to call time on this report and proceed to hear the report of the head of delegation from Namibia. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Morning. Morning, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Delighted to move the report of Namibia, cognizant of the fact of the time, and so it's good to know that this other term is at least been worked on. You know, in Africa, there is time and then there is African time. But I see as Africans, we start also now to be civilized to mean business when we say as Africans time. So for that, thank you, Chair and honorable members. In pursuit of the resolutions of the SADC Parliamentary Forum of the 52nd session, on the Committee of Democratization, Governance, Human Rights, Oh, okay. I thought the staff there was talking, so maybe they don't hear.
Please proceed, Honorable Member.
It is urged that member states are to increase the effort to respect and protect and fulfill all human rights for the groups and individuals within their respective jurisdiction, and in particular to the progressive recognizing of the socio-economic rights. To this end, all member states are encouraged to ratify the United Nations Human Rights Treaty and fully engage with its related mechanisms. As a country, Chapter 3 of the Namibian Constitution provides for the fundamental human rights and the freedoms as contained in Article 21. The fundamental freedoms are not limited, but are as freedom of speech and expression, which include the freedom of the press and other medias. Furthermore, Namibians have the right to freely join political parties, engage in appropriate political activities, and vote, including the freedom of speech, culture throughout an association in a democratic society, and any limitations in the Constitution shall not undermine an individual right. Prudent to that, the Namibian Constitution also stipulates that all people, regardless of being male or female, are considered equal before the law, and in that regard, Namibia is ranked 115 in the world when analyzing the Gender Inequality Index of 0.472. On member states to address the effect of climate change by putting human rights at the center of their actions and adopting a holistic approach embracing economic, social, cultural, and political dimension so as to empower the most affected groups and people. As such, in line with the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, we promote human rights-based approach to climate change. Namibia recognized the right to a healthy environment, which includes a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Furthermore, Namibia has a climate change strategy and action plan which assesses Namibia's current situation with regard to the climate change risk. It has also a National Climate Change Action Plan under ACCAP agenda for their adoption and mitigation for 2011 to 2028, which contribute to the attainment of sustainable development in line with Namibia's Vision 2030 through strengthening of national capabilities to reduce climate change risk and build resilience for any climate change shocks. On member states to adopt more transparent system as a way of reducing the incidences of corruption, including the creation of safe and enabling environment and civic space within which people can express their views freely without fear, online and offline, assemble peacefully, form association, and engage in decision-making process. The Constitution, as a footnote, provides and guarantees those freedom of speech and association. Furthermore, institutions such as the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Office of the Auditor General, Ombudsman Office, Media Ombudsman are in place. Financial Intelligence Center, which is a unit tasked with enabling money laundering, financial crimes within the borders of Namibia. It works closely with other law enforcement agencies, such as the Namibian Police, Customs Exercise, and all other law enforcement agencies. The Institute of Public Policy and Research, in short IPPR, is a non-profit organization founded in 2011 to research the social, political, and economic issues which impact on the development in Namibia. It also focuses on impact of corruption and measures to combat the effects thereof. It is an independent from government, political parties, commercial interests, and all other interested groups, and is there to promote free and transparent governance system within Namibia unhindered. On the member states to use the mandate to hold various institutions such as police and prosecuting institutions, ombudsman and others, to account on the measures that they are taking to curb the trend of escalation of corruption and the impunity in the SADC member states. The Namibian Parliament is part, in certain instances, as the appointing authority for some of these institutions. These institutions therefore fall within the mandate of the parliamentary standing committees and are called upon by Parliament to account whenever Parliament so decides. They are also accountable to Parliament through the submission of their annual plans, and they are also public institutions and are therefore audited. On the SADC member states to promote and prioritize the adoption of laws for the protection of human rights defenders and whistleblowers as an anti-corruption tool. The following are in place. It's the Anti-Corruption Act number 8 of 2013. It's the Whistleblowers Protection Act 10 of 2017, the Public Interest Disclosure Act of 1998, and I'm sure we have just recently amended the Criminal Procedure Act with that regard. On member states to formulate and implement the National Action Plan on Albinism in line with the AU Action Plan on Albinism in order to create a conducive environment for the protection of rights of people with albinism and equal access to economic opportunities. There is an action plan for people living with albinism and disabilities. They are treated equal, afforded equal opportunities, and are not discriminated against, nor are they excluded from the services, be it of a social, economic, health, education, or whatever nature. On the report of the SADC Parliamentary Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources to the 52nd plenary, where it indicated that member states to collaborate and utilize local capacities vested in institutions of higher learning, such as universities, colleges, and research institutions, to conduct extensive research to inform decision-making in deployment of renewable energies. This will assist to the determination of the best cost-effective measures to deploying renewable energies within our SADC region. And in line of that, the National Renewable Energy Policy was formulated. The Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Institute, in short REE, was created as a joint venture, and therefore also CRE, which CRE is the Center for Renewable Energy and Efficiency Development in terms of tasking with research of that aspect. On SADC, furthermore, on SADC countries, member states, to lobby the respective governments to put in place deliberate measures such as renewable energy tax rebates, duties, tax holidays, amongst others, in order to attract participation of the local investors. The Renewable Energy Division within the Ministry of Mines and Energy is there to implement the renewable energy programs. It furthermore provides energy access to off-grid public institutions, to joint ventures with other public institutions for the provision of electricity. It implements and monitors these policies, provide information for investment purposes, and create furthermore awareness on the energy-related matter. Furthermore, greatly also, it facilitates the research and capacity building within the energy sector as a new industry. Furthermore, off-grid energization of the master plan, which enables the electrification of government institutions, schools, clinics, police, and so, are also being encouraged by using what we normally call solar panels, but in short, it's a photovoltaic system. Onwards, currently 23 solar systems are in operational, providing 9 in Umsati, which is a region, 7 in Kunene, and 7 in Ochodon-Jupa. Furthermore, on the member states to come up with deliberate policies, the legislation can make it easier for youth and women to acquire land on title for agricultural and renewable energy projects as a mini-grid system. On here, land is available, but the challenge is land accessibility, as we hold free title range within our region, and the challenge is not just only limited to women and the youth, but as a going concern moving towards that. I think in short, Honorable Chair, with respect of your I have shortened the report and I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your contribution to time. I will, members may raise any point in relation to this report? There are no requests. I will move to the next report and call on the member from Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you mentioned, Mr. President, for the sake of time, I shall try to limit all the petty details just to go to the main strategies that were implemented by the Seychelles. And these were derived from the resolutions or the recommendations of the 52nd Plenary Assembly of 2022, where the National Assembly of Seychelles derived a plan of action to implement the strategies. So the first strategy was to encourage members of parliaments to work with electoral management boards and other stakeholders to ensure that electoral processes are favorable to women's participation at all levels of the electoral process, and to collect gender disaggregated data to ensure that the SADC region harnesses the demographic dividends of its women and the young people. And therefore, the SADC member states were encouraged to work with civil society organizations and other stakeholders to engage the youth, particularly the young girls, the young women, including people living with disability, on sexual and reproductive health issues and harmful cultural practices, and have the potential to limit their meaningful participation in governance structures and in other areas that affects their lives. And then the second recommendations were mainly in regards to where member states were encouraged to domesticate and implement the model law on elimination of child marriage and protection of children already in marriages, and the model law based on gender-based violence. Therefore, after the development of the plan, those are the activities that were implemented during that period. So knowingly that despite Seychelles has some challenges in the country in regards to raising the bar for gender equality and parity in order to continue promoting gender equality in the country, stakeholders and civil society in the country, we organize different activities, proactive activities in providing the necessary social framework and services to supplement the mechanism provided by the government of Seychelles. In comparison with other countries, women in Seychelles have a high social profile and have no legal barriers to participation in social, political, and economic activities. And therefore, over the past years, Seychelles has been seen an increase in the number of women appointed to senior positions in government and parastatals. Seychelles has made significant strides towards achieving gender parity at the highest level of decision-making, and the government continues to make efforts to appoint women to high-level positions, such as ombudsmen, principal secretaries, judge, chief executive officers, board of directors, and it has even appointed its first female chief fire officer in 2022. And it is also worth noting that Seychelles Electoral Commission's chief executive officer and chief registration officer are both females, and Seychelles governor is a woman who was named Central Bank Governor of the Year of the 2020 African Banker Award event, and her name is Miss Abel. And over and above, a Seychelles woman holds a position of UNWTO's Africa Director, and in February 2023, the 8th Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association Board of Trustees elected a young female Seychellois as the president of the new board. So as part of its ongoing efforts to localize the post and promote equality and empowerment within the institutions, the Seychelles Judiciary welcomed 3 new Seychellois women magistrates to its team in July 2022. In February 2023, another Seychellois woman was nominated to the Supreme Court. The Women Parliamentary Caucus met with members of the Seychelles National Assembly in December 2022 to educate parliamentary members, to educate them on the role of parliament and specifically the role of women as parliamentarians. The purpose of the meeting was to advocate for young women to enter politics and positions of power. On the 16th of June 2023, the Women Parliamentary Caucus met within the National Assembly, met with a group of secondary school students to educate them on the role of women parliamentarians and their contributions to the society. The Women's Caucus of the National Assembly, again, of Seychelles, hosted a two-day workshop on sexual and gender-based violence in March 2022, on sexual and gender-based violence, which was in collaboration with the Attorney General's Office, the Police Department, the Family Department, the Social Services, and with other supportive national stakeholders. The workshop was aimed to improve the Women's Caucus understanding in gender-based violence in Seychelles, as well as national and regional policy and legal frameworks on GBV. And just to note, the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Act 2000, was amended and in line with the penal code, especially where the age of consent is concerned. To note that there are currently laws in Seychelles Civil Code to protect the rights of individuals. On this note, the National Assembly, we think that we should be commended for the contributions in regards to laws and passing of Domestic Violence Act, which is a major milestone in the country. The Women Parliamentary Caucus met with the Minister of Social Affairs on the 23rd of March, that is this year, to follow up on the recommendations and challenges related to the implementation of Domestic Violence Act, which we discussed beforehand in 2022 during a workshop. A roundtable discussion on members of the HIV, AIDS, and Sexual Reproductive Health Standing Committee of the National Assembly of Seychelles, in collaborations with national stakeholders, namely the Nurses Association and regional stakeholders, the ARASA. We had a discussion, a forum discussion, whereby the aim was to review the legal policy and implementation of environment with a view to remove obstacles for services availability and services of sexual reproductive health, including safe abortion services. Bipartisan motions, there were two motions because we are only two parties within the National Assembly on access to sexual reproductive health. The two motions were conducted and it was unanimously voted by all parties concerned. And the first motion was asking that the government, through the Ministry of Health, decentralizes the Communicable Diseases and Control Unit, which is a centralized unit only for HIV/AIDS in the community. So we wanted it to be decentralized into the community in other health settings with the aim of integrating and mainstreaming HIV, increase HIV testing, provide for more access in a comfortable and more confidential manner, therefore, so as to reduce stigmatization and to increase the level of compliance towards treatment and follow-up. The second motion, which was again unanimously agreed by all parties, all the honorable members, asked the government through the Ministry of Health to review its policy and put in place a legal framework for access to contraceptive methods and other reproductive health services for young persons below 18 years who are sexually active, with the aim of increasing their access to sexual reproductive health services, thus reducing the risk of other sexual infections, and at the same time reduce teenage pregnancies and unsafe abortions, and which affects their reproductive health system. Another strategy was a multi-stakeholder meeting, which was held on the 30th of May, 2023, to evaluate the Seychelles HIV/AIDS and sexual reproductive health strategy, which is a response. And this we had a sort of a stakeholders forum under the theme, stronger parliamentary sexual reproductive health engagements, including the rights, whereby we put a lens on the HIV response in Seychelles. This forms part of a review of the National HIV/AIDS Strategic Plan 2016-2021. The goal of the meeting was to improve parliamentarians' oversights representative, legislative, and budgetary roles in the SADC region in general, with a focus on female parliamentarians in the fields of sexual reproductive health and rights and HIV/AIDS governance, with human rights and democracy recently added to the list of outcomes to be achieved. It's also primarily focused on sexual reproductive health in the face of HIV and AIDS, as there was a significant increase in the number of HIV-positive cases who died due to lack of follow-up, especially during post-COVID-19. It should be noted that Seychelles has celebrated the Orange Day, whereby the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which were held from the 25th November to the 10th of December 2021. The goal of the United Nations campaign is to mobilize civil societies, activists, governments, publics, and even the parliamentarians to implement such activities to promote, to decrease gender-based violence within our region. With this, Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to thank the SADC PF Secretariat for the full support throughout the implementation of the strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Members may raise any point for discussion. Please remember to identify yourself. Honorable Member.
Merci, Président, pour la parole m'accorder. Je suis...
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I am Honorable Mary from DR Congo. This is my question. It's a simple one. I would like the Seychelles to share with us their experience, the strategy that they improved and implemented in order to ensure that women take part in the electoral process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member from Seychelles may give a brief reply here or wait until we respond to the debate. Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I would advise if you wish to consider the question, you may give a response
Thank you,
later.
Mr. President. May he repeat the question again, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member, would you repeat the question?
Le rapport...
The Seychelles reports stated that I actually would like Seychelles to share with us their experience or the strategy that they put in place in order to ensure women participation in the electoral process.
May I invite the member to consider her response, and we will take it up in due course. Honorable members, I wish to respect your right to health break, and we will proceed since the time has come for that. But before we do that, I wish to give the floor to the head of delegation from South Africa to give notice of motion. Honorable member.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly adopt the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters to the 53rd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table for the House on the 4th of July, 2023. I beg. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The notice of motion is duly noted. Members, we will adjourn for a health break, and I would like to ensure that we resume at 12 noon for the resumption. We will rise to adjourn. We will resume. Since we are still in the allocated time for Seychelles, I will call on the member to respond to the question that was raised on the report. Honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question raised was in regards to experience of Seychelles, how we encourage a woman to participate into the election or take up politics. One thing is that our constitution of Seychelles, it's a constitution that permits everybody to participate into any legal or aspect into our development into our country, economic. And at the same time, Seychelles, the women of Seychelles are very vibrant and they participate very actively in politics. When it comes, they are very strong activists. In fact, I should say that behind every political man in Seychelles, there have been a woman. So, but the other thing is that because of their commitments, family commitments, household commitments, and some of them are single mothers. So though they participate into the political arena of our country, and because again of the reproduction issues, and most of the time they will sort of differ political leadership. But if you go in accordance with the organogram of all the ministries, line ministries, parastatals, and other sectors, you will find that most of the directors, the PSs or around the directors above, they are women. So they really participate, but it's just their will that they would not like to go further into politics as leaders because, as I mentioned, but they are free to do so. So nobody is sort of preventing them from doing so. And we don't have this quota system as well. So everybody is free to make their dreams come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will continue with the report from South Africa. Honorable Head of Delegation, you have the floor.
I thank you, Honorable Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members of the forum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the report of South Africa's delegation on South Africa's implementation of the 52nd Plenary Assembly's resolution. After our meeting in the DRC, our delegation report of the 52nd Plenary Assembly was prepared, where the Plenary Assembly's resolution were captured for further processing by relevant structures of Parliament. In line with the theme of the 52nd Plenary Assembly, which was, and I quote, the role of parliaments in strengthening legislative frameworks for peace and security in the SADC region, South Africa remains a significant international actor and a champion of peace and stability in Africa, and actively contributes to peacekeeping efforts through its South African National Defence Force. While the President of South Africa is the sole authority in authorizing the deployment of the SANDF for either domestic or international operations, he or she must inform Parliament, or if Parliament is not in session, the Joint Standing Committee on Defence, which comprises members of Parliament from the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The committee, established by relevant provisions of the 1993 interim constitution that remains in force, evaluates the deployment of the SANDF to ensure that the force is used responsibly and in the most crucial manner. Additionally, in 1993, interim constitution empowers Parliament to terminate the employment of the South African National Defence Force by resolution, should the need arises. This provides an essential balance between the executive and the legislative branches of government to ensure that the South African National Defence Force is being used in a suitable and responsible manner. In this light, in accordance with Section 2012B of the Constitution, the National Assembly Speaker and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson noted President Ramaphosa's letter dated the 6th of April 2023, informing them that he has extended the employment of 1,495 members of the Defense Force in Mozambique and the Democratic Republic of Congo from the 16th of April to the 15th of 2023 to the 15th of April 2024, in fulfillment of South Africa's commitment to maintain peace and security within the region. South Africa remains committed to supporting its neighbors and its responsibilities towards regional cooperation. On the matter of SADC PF's transformation into SADC Regional Parliament, I'm pleased, Honorable President, to report that our President signed the SADC agreement amending the Treaty of the South African Development Community to recognize the SADC Parliament as a SADC institution on the margins of the extraordinary organ Troika Summit of Heads of State and Government, which was held on the 31st of January 2023 in Windhoek, Namibia. South Africa remains committed to integration of our region and looks forward to receiving news that the requisite 12 out of 16 signatures needed for the amendment treaty to come into force have been obtained. Mr. President, in line with the Forum's resolution on addressing child marriage and gender-based violence, members of the South African Parliament continue to raise questions and awareness on these matters. According to the statistics provided by the South African Minister of Home Affairs in response to a parliamentary question in the National Assembly in 2022, 287 South African girls under the age of 18 got married within the 8-year period from 2015 to 2022. We've reported before that South Africa's statutory law still provides for a minimum age for marriage ranging from 15 to 18. The South African government is taking steps to address this matter. In March 2022, the Department of Home Affairs released a white paper on marriages in South Africa to recommend strategic interventions to make child marriages illegal. The South African Law Reform Commission additionally proposed the enactment of a draft prohibition of forced marriages and regulation of related matters bill, which seeks to make forced and child marriages a criminal offense, as well as allowing victims of such marriages to apply for a forced marriage protection. Through these efforts, South Africa is taking the necessary steps to ensure compliance with its constitutional and international human rights commitments. It is also worth noting that, in line with the RWPC's resolution of the 52nd Plenary Assembly concerning the need for countries to ensure the domestication of the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, the South African National Assembly approved the agreement, which, amongst others, requires state parties to enact and adopt appropriate legislative, administrative, and other measures to ensure that women and men enjoy equal rights in marriage and are regarded as equal partners. Moreover, Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is in the process of conducting public hearings in the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill. The bill seeks to establish an independent council comprising of 51% civil society representation to facilitate a coordinated and structured multi-sectoral approach between relevant stakeholders for the prevention and elimination of and response to gender-based violence and femicide. Mr. President, honorable members, the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, in their report of the 52nd Plenary Assembly, encouraged SADC member states to put in place deliberate measures such as renewable energy tax rebate to attract participation of local investors. Our country continues to grapple with load shedding, and we adopted various means to address it. Our government's efforts are leading to tangible results, evidenced by reduced power cuts in recent weeks, and our president's continued international efforts to secure funding for a just transition. Our countries must remain committed to securing investment in renewable energy, and as parliaments, we must oversee all these efforts to contribute to substantially strengthen our electricity grids and new renewable energy generation. As South Africa, we are working very hard to address the impact of our grey listing on investor confidence and the impact thereof on our economic growth. In line with the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee resolution at the previous plenary assembly, our government announced new policy measures to increase the share of renewable energy in the country's energy mix and reduce the pressure on the grid. The proposed measures, which form part of the 2023 Draft Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, are: 1, an enhanced renewable energy tax incentive. This incentive will allow businesses to claim a 125% tax reduction for capital expenditure on any renewable energy project, regardless of the generation capacity. The incentive will be valid for 2 years and will apply to projects that start operating between the 1st of March 2023 and the 1st of March 2025. A rooftop solar tax incentive. This incentive will offer individuals a tax rebate of 25% of the cost of new and unused solar PV panels, up to a maximum of 15,000. The incentive will be valid for 1 year and will apply to panels that are required and used for the first time between the 1st of March 2023 and the 1st of March 2024. Lastly, Mr. President and honorable members, the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, in their report of the 52nd Plenary Assembly, encouraged SADC member states to work towards the attainment of 50-50 parity by domesticating the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. Our Parliament continues to make significant strides in attaining this goal. On the 6th of June 2023, the National Assembly approved, in terms of Section 2312 of the Constitution, the agreement amending the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. Under this amendment, South Africa now has the obligation to develop and strengthen laws, policies, and programs to achieve gender equity in equality in decision-making positions in the political, public, and private sectors. Mr. President, I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Head of Delegation. Members may raise a point in connection to this report. Thank you. I will proceed to the next report, and I call on the Head of Delegation of Tanzania to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. My name is Selemani Zedi, a Member of Parliament from Tanzania. On behalf of the Tanzania delegation, I will present the country reports on the implementation of the resolution adopted during the 52nd Plenary Assembly of SADC Parliamentary Forum. Mr. President, as we are all aware that during the 52nd Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum held in December 2022 in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the resolution were approved that member states adopt a set of diverse measures to strengthen the regional integration objective of SADC countries. In line with this resolution, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania continue to develop and implement policies that seeks to progressively harmonize the political, economic, and social order of SADC countries within the framework of regional cooperation and integration. In the context of its foreign policy, the United Republic of Tanzania has put efforts to implement and fulfill the regional integration of SADC regulations, protocols, agreement, resolution, and recommendation at various levels. These reports highlight the current status and the compliance to regional policies based on the description and decision of the 52nd Plenary Assembly as follows. Mr. President, in line with the Gender Equality, Women Advance and Youth Development Resolution, the Parliament of Tanzania has passed several laws in support of gender equality, women's advancement and youth development, and the legal framework as follows. The Land Act and the Law of Marriage Act, which protects women regarding property ownership. The Land Dispute Courts Act, which requires that in every sitting of the tribunal, the quorum must consist of 3 women in decision making. The Education Act, which protects girls and students against early marriage before attaining the age of maturity and before completion of their studies. The Local Government Finance Act, which directs each local government authority to save 10% from their revenue collection to fund a registered group of women, youth, and persons with disability in terms of loan without interest. Mr. President, Tanzania has a specific ministry dealing with the gender issues. Among other things, the ministry supports women empowerment and fight violence against women and children. In doing so, the government is implementing a 5-year plan, National Plan of Action to End Violence Against Women and Children. The plan has committees from the regional to the ward levels that fight violence against women. Moreover, under this ministry, the government has established the police gender desk in every police station. Mr. President, the Tanzanian President Office and Regional Administration and Local Government support small-scale traders by building market areas such as small-scale Machingas Market in Dodoma, Dar es Salaam, and Morogoro. Also, ministries conducting entrepreneur training in order to support women and youth on business administration and sustainability. Mr. President, in line with the health resolution, the government of Tanzania is working on different programs that strengthen health and social welfare system to respond to the needs of pregnant women, maternal health, girls, and youth. The government of Tanzania, in cooperation with stakeholders, has put effort to support the reduction of early marriage and teenage pregnancies as effort to empower young girls to continue with their education. In building a competitive and resilient pharmaceutical value chain, the government of Tanzania has operated 2 mega industries of intravenous infusion, which produce almost 90 million liters annually compared to the country demand of 30 million liters, thus having a surplus of 68 million. And we hereby invite member states, SADC member states, to purchase this infusion from Tanzania. 1 working industry of parental injectables. Mr. President, we also, in Tanzania, do a medical supply department, MSD, which is a purchasing entity of pharmaceutical of SADC countries. And Tanzania has empowered this medical store department to produce pharmaceutical enough for the SADC countries, but so far, only a few SADC member states have shown interest to trade as agreed. On the other hand, the government is constructing 17 pharmaceutical industries in Tanzania. Mr. President, in line with the resolution of food and agriculture, in order to improve agriculture and increase food production, the government has a program known as the borehole for the farmer in supporting the community. To implement this, the government of Tanzania has planned to have at least 10 boreholes in each district. This intends to guarantee food security, to feed Tanzania, Africa, and the world at large. The government has also established agricultural blocks with installed irrigation system for the local community in order to build a better tomorrow for women and youth. Mr. President, in line with the energy resolution, the government of Tanzania is constructing a huge hydroelectric power plant, which is called Julius Nyerere Hydro Power Plant. This will ensure a sustainable energy supply to support domestic industry and supply to neighboring countries. And this hydro power will generate 2,115 megawatts of electricity. In line with the resolution regarding natural resources, Mr. President, the government of Tanzania has a National Environment Council, NEMKI, under the Vice President Office, which is dealing with the protection of the environment. And furthermore, there's a Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism that oversees the preservation and the protection of natural resources. Both offices intend to ensure the sustainability of resources in the country and for economic development. Mr. President, in line with the Trade, Industry and Investment Resolution, the government of Tanzania supports small-scale cross-border women and youth traders which are faced with poverty, unemployment, and other development barriers as follows. Establishment of the Eastern Africa Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the advancement of women that advocate for gender equality and social justice through capacity building, research, and network women. Also identify opportunities that will enable women to benefit just like their male counterparts and enabling gender response trade environment. In addition to that, the government is doing establishment of small-scale trader guide to trade rules and procedures, establishment of a simplified trade regime, and establishment of information and resource center at different border posts to act as point of linkage between the women traders, border officers, and other stakeholders seeking to engage with women traders. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would like to assure you, the SADC-PF, that the Parliament of Tanzania will always work on all resolution that will be passed by the forum. Mr. President, I beg to submit, and I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Head of Delegation.
Thank you.
Members may raise a point for discussion in connection with this report. Yes, is it the member from, please, member, you may address. Is it the member from Namibia? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I am Uta Ramotu from Namibia, and thank you very much, Honorable, for such a progressive report from your country. I would like to firstly congratulate you to looking at this lucrative market of the pharmaceuticals. We have seen Western dominance of the countries over the years, and I would just like to thank you for that regard. But I just have a small question with regard to, you mentioned that with the Pharmaceutical Act that you agreed with specific countries to trade, only a few mentioned to proceed with their promises. Can you quickly elaborate to tell us which countries are the ones that have approached and which have not, so that members that are here can actually go and hold their governments accountable, or those who are not yet involved within this trade can look at how our countries can join this policy so that we can off Western dominance within the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Head of Delegation from Tanzania may respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As we all remember that we as SADC, in order to ensure that we benefit from a group discount in terms of pharmaceutical, some years back, we decided that instead of each country to procure its pharmaceutical needs separately, we decided that Tanzania should be the one who procure pharmaceutical on behalf of all SADC countries so that we can enjoy volume and big discounts, and we can have this pharmaceutical at cheap rate. And in doing so, the government of Tanzania gave medical store departments in the department in Tanzania with deal with the importing and the procurement of pharmaceutical. And this MSD did that job for the all SADC countries. And so SADC member country were supposed to procure this pharmaceutical from Tanzania, and not each SADC country to procure it separately from abroad. So Tanzania was like a procurement, pharmaceutical procurement for the all SADC countries. But so far, there are few countries which shows interest to procure pharmaceutical from Tanzania. I'll give you the details later on. If you want the name of the country that are procuring and that are not interested, I'll give you in a short time from now. I'll give you the proper detail. Each country is interesting and each country is not interested in that. I'll provide those details in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will continue with the report from the Republic of Zambia. Honorable Head of Delegation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and may I take this opportunity also to just acknowledge the presence of the SG of the SADC PF, all the speakers present with us, and in particular also our Right Honorable Madam Speaker Nelly Muti from Zambia for according me this opportunity on behalf of the delegation of Zambia, and indeed to acknowledge all the members of Parliament represented from the different states. I give the report that outlines the various initiatives that Zambia has implemented with the decisions of the 22nd Plenary Assembly Session of SADC Parliamentary Forum held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo from the 1st to the 2nd to the 11th of December 2022. Some of the resolution, Mr. President, as it relates to continuous intensifying collaboration, efforts to ensure peace and security in the SADC region, Zambia, since history, has been part of the peacekeeping of the United Nations, dating as back as 1989. Currently, Zambia has a number of troops deployed in various peacekeeping operations, with the majority in the UN Multi-Dimensional Integration Stabilization Mission in Central African Republic. In its efforts to stabilize the situation in Cabo Delgado region of Mozambique, Zambia recently deployed a force unit to protect and scale up the SADC mission in Mozambique. The Zambia Air Force, ZAF, has also supported this mission with its C-7J Septon transport aircraft, but is now scaling up in its contribution with the deployment of a force protection unit. As it relates to redoubling its efforts in engaging the outstanding members country to sign the agreement to amend the SADC Treaty for the transformation of the forum into a regional parliament. Mr. President, the Zambian government is in firm support of the transformation of the forum to a regional parliament. This stems from the lobbying mission in 2018, which was undertaken by the Speaker of Angola, South Africa, and Zambia. The Republican president then held a view that transforming of the forum was key not only to cement the socio-economic development at a regional level, but at a political level as well. The government of the Republic of Zambia has not shifted its position on the transformation agenda and supports the regional parliament as it spouses that the SADC Parliamentary Forum, this August House, may wish to note that there are some internal processes that the country has to fulfill before the agreement is being signed. The agreement should be signed as soon as the principal has signed. Mr. President, again, in relating to the awareness of legal frameworks relating to the gender-based violence and child marriage, the Zambian Parliament has a special and indispensable place in democratic governance. In as much as the National Assembly enact laws, it is desirable that the general citizenry are aware of these laws as well. Therefore, the National Assembly, in addition, may pardon me, I think I've mixed up. Okay. Therefore, it continues to work with other stakeholders such as civil society, the executive, as well as traditional leaders, the media, fraternities, particularly on the issue of forced and child marriage, as well as gender-based violence. At the moment, Zambia is implementing a program called Na Twampane under the European Union to stop sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, and child marriage. The project brings members of parliament, government officials, and project implementing partners committed to addressing SGBV and child marriage in the northern part of Zambia. It is with sincere hope that this project will be rolled out to all the remaining provinces. The project, which aims at preventing and responding to SGBV and child marriage challenges and changing beliefs, attitudes, and practices, has so far serviced over 19,000 survivors of gender-based violence as well as child marriage. The project has engaged parliamentarians in facilitating dialogue, them on legal provisions available for sexual gender-based violence and child marriage prevention. In response as well, to highlight the issues of advocacy on SGBV and child marriage in Parliament, particularly on the recent enacted Child Code Act number 12 of 2022 and the re-entry policy in the country of Zambia. Parliaments have also recognized the agency of addressing SGBV and child marriage as a critical issue affecting society and pledged to concentrate efforts to ensure prevention, response, and support for survivors. In the same vein, members of Parliament have pledged to advocate for legislative reforms where gaps exist. May I add, Mr. President, that as we have been here just in few days, the President, through the Cabinet, in addition, the Assembly may wish to note that the Cabinet has approved the publication and introduction in Parliament of Child Amendment Bill of 2023, which seeks to revise the age of avoid marriage from 16 years to 19 years. The Marriage Act, Chapter 50 of the Laws of Zambia, is inconsistent with the provision of the Constitution and the Child Code Bill of 2023. With this regard to the age of maturity and prohibition of child marriage, the amendment will therefore align with its provision of the Constitution and the Child Code Act of 2022. The bill will be introduced in Parliament during this sitting, which ends in July. in terms of the electoral management bodies to ensure that electoral processes are favorable to women and participating at all levels of the electoral process, Mr. President and the House, you would love to note that Zambia has principles, policies, and measures provided to safeguard against gender discrimination and stereotypes and promoting women's rights in the electoral process. The Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, in the electoral management body in Zambia, has placed a gender-sensitive message as well as encouraging voters to vote for women in the governance system. The ECZ, which is the Electoral Commission of Zambia, has also further gone to encourage less payment of fees compared to men. Therefore, there's also need of programs that prohibit hate speech, cyberbullying against women in political sphere. Women are discouraged to participate in governance and decision-making as they are targeted for hate speech and cyberbullying. SADC can continue to work with traditional leaders so that culture norms that affect women in participating in leadership are minimized. SADC member states were also encouraged to look at the SADC gender protocol and development in domesticating gender and development in domestication in order to attain the 50-50 gender parity, as well as mechanism to be put in place to monitor and evaluate national progress on the domestication and implementation of the protocol on gender development to ensure states comply with the provision. Here, Mr. President, let me report, as a signatory to several international laws and conventions on gender equality, such as the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the Rights of Women in Africa, the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination of Women, Zambia has made efforts in this regard in readdressing gender inequalities and equities through policy, legal, and institutional framework. The Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act number 2 of 2016 provides that a person is empowered to make a nomination or appointment to the public office, that the person shall ensure that the 50% of each gender is nominated or appointed from the total available positions unless there is not unless where it's not practical to do so. With this regard to monitoring, there is need for us to fully operationalize the Gender Equity and Equality Commission, which was established in 2015. The Commission will monitor, investigate, research, educate, advise, and reports on issues concerning gender equality. It will also ensure institutions comply with the legal requirements and other standards related to gender equalities and focus on women empowerment. As it relates to coming up with deliberate policies, legislation that can make it easy for youths and women to acquire land on title for agriculture and renewable projects. Mr. President, and to the House, may I report that all land in Zambia is vested in the President of Zambia, has dual systems of land tenure, namely state and customary. State land is about 10% and customary is 90%. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is charged with the responsibility of administrating and managing the natural resources in a sustainable manner in order to develop the country's sustainability. In 2021, the Ministry of Lands launched a policy which revised and reduced the qualification of age to own land from 21 to 28. Under the 8th National Development Plan, 8 NDP, for every land location, the following percentages must be considered: 50% for women, 50% for youths, and for persons with disabilities. In the interest of time, I would also do state here that the full report can be found once we are done with the submission. In the second to last item, as it relates to considering heightening the comprehensive sexuality education programs and sexual reproductive health in schools to reduce teenage pregnancy, once again to the House and through you, Mr. President, the Ministry of Education integrated comprehensive sexuality education, CSE, in order to in all the career subjects in our country in the curriculum. It is being implemented in all schools in the country from 5th grade to 12th grade. However, there are concerns about the content, and because of this, a technical working committee was formed to review the content and report at the soonest to the Cabinet Office. In concluding, Mr. President, and to the House, member states were also required to report on the support re-entry policy in improving child opportunities, education opportunities for girls and young women who fall pregnant. May I state on its onset that Zambia has now provided free education through the New Dawn government and also secondary bursaries. In Zambia, the re-entry policy, whose main objective is to allow girls to return to school after delivery, has been shared with all schools implementing it, especially the government schools. A review conducted in 2010 by the Ministry of Education showed that schools were aware of the policy and were implementing it. Schools, especially the public schools, have continued implementing the policy. And also the teachers have been sensitized on the need not to discriminate the students. Oh, 1 minute, and I have one item. As it relates to tertiary and secondary education, as well as that there is practical content on agriculture and sustainability, I have to say that the Zambian government, through the Ministry of Education, has initiated a process of reviewing the curriculum to ensure that integrated information through ITC is teaching and making sure that the promotion of science and technology, engineering, math, STEM education, climate change education for sustainable program is also part of this program. Within a second, I want to submit on behalf of the Zambian delegation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Head of Delegation. I will have to call time on this report and proceed to the report from Zimbabwe. Honorable Head of Delegation, I give you the floor.
Good afternoon, Honorable President. I am pleased to present our country report. With your indulgence, Your Excellency, I will not read it verbatim. However, a copy of our full report shall be tabled for the record. Our responses to the resolutions of the 52nd Plenary Assembly are guided by Section 119 of the Constitution, which, as I quote, empowers Parliament to protect the Constitution by exercising oversight over all government institutions and agencies at all levels. Mr. President, this responsibility is carried out through Parliament's standing committees that in turn have oversight and charge of the implementation of these resolutions. Allow me to apply my mind to the recommendations of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. Mr. President, it was recommended through the Model Law on elimination of child marriages and protection of children already in marriage for countries to do exactly that. Our Parliament was persuaded by the model law on the elimination of child marriages and protection of children, and it amended the Marriages Act to outlaw child marriages completely. Resultantly, Your Excellency, a number of acts have been amended to reflect this position. These Medical Services Amendment Act, Guardian of Minors Act, Children's Amendment Act, and the Justice Act. The Criminal Codification and Reform Act. This same law now invites stiffer penalties for rape cases, especially those involving minors. The second recommendation of that committee, Mr. President, was for member states to initiate budgets for funding national parliament committees responsible for gender and children's issues, as well as funding for initiatives and programs aimed at addressing issues of gender-based violence and child marriages. Before I go on, Your Excellency, please allow me to state that we are running a soft copy of my presentation for the benefit of honorable colleagues. In response to this recommendation, the Parliament of Zimbabwe funds all portfolio and thematic committees to do public hearings on matters relating to gender violence and the violation of children's rights. After the public hearings, comprehensive reports are presented in the August House. Timelines are specified for the executive to implement the recommendations of committee reports. The Ministry of Justice has established victim-friendly courts to preside over offenses against children's rights. Furthermore, Mr. President, the Gender Commission, as required by the Zimbabwe Constitution, has consistently tabled reports on gender issues affecting women folk. The Commission's reports have been taken on board religiously by the executive. Our response to the recommendations of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance, and Investment are as follows. It was recommended that member states improve and scale up production and access to condoms. The Portfolio Committee on Health and Child Care has held several public hearings on sexual health education. Quite interestingly, Mr. President, during these SRHR programs, divergent views come about whether the condoms should be availed to the girl child. There exists conflict of opinion on the issuance of condoms to the girl child. Churches and traditional leaders are anti-issuance of condoms to young girls, and they advocate for intensified moral education. There was a recommendation regarding competitive and resilient pharmaceutical value chains. As a follow-up to the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health and Child Care, our government has invited pharmaceuticals from India and Egypt to set up base in Zimbabwe in order for the public to have ease of access to medicines and pharmaceuticals. Thirdly, there was a recommendation relating to engagement of young people in all discussions pertaining to the regionalization and domestication of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. To that end, Mr. President, our parliament passed a law which calls upon all tertiary institutions to set up innovation and industrial hubs which will contribute to the industrialization of Zimbabwe. I beg your pardon. This, it is envisaged, will secure the successful implementation of the AFCFTA. It was also recommended that member states should eliminate border challenges. To that end, our country has implemented the one-stop border post policy at selected border crossings to facilitate trade and improve efficiency in cross-border trade. I now come to the implementation of the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus resolutions, also flowing from the 52nd Plenary Assembly recommendations. Zimbabwe's constitution already provides the respect for women's rights as fundamental human rights. As I indicated, in the interest of time, Mr. President, I will not take this report verbatim. More specifically, Section 17 provides that the state must promote full gender balance in particular and must promote the full participation of women in all spheres of Zimbabwean society on the basis of equality with men. Both genders should be equally represented in all institutions and agencies of government. It is worth noting, Mr. President, that while this debate was taking place on gender equality, Zimbabwe amended its constitution to include 60 women parliamentarians to be elected on proportional representation, 6 from each of the 10 provinces from 2023 to 2033. Further, the amendment provides for 30% of the total members of each local authority. Mr. President, the Parliament of Zimbabwe in December 2022 launched the Voluntary Youth Caucus to spearhead the inclusion of youth-related issues in the legislative process. The goal is to advocate for youth development, empowerment, participation, and representation across all spheres of life in Zimbabwe. We were also asked in the same recommendations to emphasize that SADC member parliaments should strengthen their oversight role in the budget process to ensure accountability and transparency in the allocation of resources. To that end, Mr. President, every year since 2018, the Zimbabwe Women's Parliamentary Caucus has been tabling a position paper at the pre-budget seminar. An annual budget-making engagement between Parliament of Zimbabwe and the Ministry of Finance in an endeavor that national budget should mainstream gender concerns regarding female parliamentarians. As a result, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development has been prompted to prepare a gender-sensitive budget which directs ministries, departments, and their agencies to prioritize allocation of resources towards gender-sensitive programs and projects. Our response to recommendations flowing from the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. The recommendation was to implore SADC member states to adopt legislated youth quotas in institutions of governance. I have already touched on this one. We've covered it in 4.3 and 4.4. Then there was a recommendation to urge SADC PF to engage in the process of developing a SADC model law on data revolution to mainstream youth engagement in data-driven decision-making and youth policy development. Zimbabwe government is seized with youth empowerment through mainstreaming in agriculture. Youths account for 60% of Zimbabwe's population. To harness this demographic dividend, all sub-sector initiatives recognize the role of youth in agriculture. Mainstreaming of youth in all of the key areas shall enable Zimbabwe to leapfrog into an upper middle class status by 2030 through agricultural-led economic development. Youths have benefited in the following initiatives rolled out by the ministry responsible for agriculture. 2,500 benefited from piglet scheme in 2020. From the 9,000 piglets distributed, 8,000 were contracted under Command Agriculture Summer Season 2020-2021 season. 2021 winter wheat, 360 youths registered. 75,000 participated in Fumvuza in Twasa. On average, 9,375 benefited per province. 50,000 benefited seeds from Bayer and World Vision in the 2021 season. These efforts, Mr. President, fall short of the intended youth demographic dividend. One reason for the slower uptake of the youth in agriculture is the youth desire for white-collar jobs. This mindset, though, needs decolonization. The report on gender equality, women and advancement and youth development.
Please conclude, Honorable Member.
Thank you. In conclusion, Your Excellency, Zimbabwe continues to make strides in implementing the recommendations made at plenary assembly meetings, including the 52nd plenary assembly meeting of the SADC-PF held in Kinshasa, DRC. Parliament of Zimbabwe has implored standing committees to make follow-ups on the recommendations within prescribed time frames. I thank you for your time, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Member. With this, we have come to the end of the presentation of the country reports. Before we continue, I have a small announcement. Arrangements for lunch have been made for 14 hours, 2 o'clock. So this session will continue until then. The arrangement for lunch is at least for today. You will be advised if there is any change further on. I will now allow for debate on the country reports. Members who wish to debate, please indicate by a show of hands, and you have a maximum of 5 minutes. And if you have questions, please indicate clearly to whom you're addressing the question. And may I remind you once again to always introduce yourself when you take the floor. And I have one hand up, and I think Yes, I have, please let me note that. I have the member from Eswatini, is that correct? And a member from, I have a member from the DRC, is that correct? And a member from Botswana, that's correct? I think I have two members from Botswana. Okay, and on this side, I have a member from, from Zambia, and also, I believe, from South Africa, correct? And here from Tanzania. Namibia. Please allow me. I will give the member from Eswatini the floor. It was from the DRC. I will give the member from the DRC the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. We followed, this is just a suggestion, we followed keenly all the reports from different countries, member countries. I would like to congratulate the various heads of delegation who were able to present the different reports coming from their countries. However, my observation here is related to the presentation. I would like to suggest that in the future, the Secretary General is able to make it available to all member states a standard which is going to enable us to write in a uniform way all the reports. Because like as we followed, we listen in a scattered way the report coming from different countries compared to the various resolutions made during the 52nd session. We took part in it during the Lilongwe report, the session, and last time it was in DR Congo, and today is in Tanzania. If the Secretariat General is able to show or suggest a standard, then this will enable each country to present a report complying to the standard that is proposed by the Secretariat General. For it to be efficient, I think we should handle it that way. This will enable all the countries to follow the different performance in this or that recommendation, and this will make it easier for all of us to follow the format that is suggested. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The suggestion has been made to the Secretary General. I will give her the opportunity to address later on. I will call on the other member from the DRC. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. The discussion topic was related to on the progress when it comes to the implementation of various decisions taken during the 62nd plenary session. And this is here related to decision that we took, but when we talk about decision, it's just a guidance in order for us to act. So we are not compelled to ratify. I would like to underscore that. And this is the reason why I would like to support the proposal from our colleague from Tanzania who took the floor recently and just after the intervention of Angola and Botswana and DR Congo, and asking for all forums to have a specific objective in order for us to move from a parliament to a forum. And the idea is to ensure that our pleas turn into laws. of course, with the binding aspect of a law. Thank you. Thank you.
On this issue, I will note that the subject of transformation is not a subject for one particular country, which is what we are considering now. It is rather a matter that is appropriate to the report on the executive committee. So if members will understand, I believe this question can be taken up when we take the committee report, the executive committee report. I will call on the member for Botswana. I believe we have
Thank you, sir.
we have two members from Botswana. One is, please address.
Thank you, Mr. President. My dear brother behind me has agreed that I should come first, then he will come.
Thank
you. No, it is no question, Mr. President. There was a point at the beginning of the session when my dear sister from the United Republic of Tanzania showed some worry about some of the countries that have not yet signed, why we are delaying to sign so that we can turn our body, our forum into parliament. For us in Botswana, the matter is still in the able hands of our head of state. There certainly shall be a time when he shall have made up, he shall have had his mind or his able hands on it. It's certainly under consideration. It is not that it has been thrown away. And then the other issue still on the same matter is that I don't think this is a matter that has applied to the Republic of Botswana only. During the times of COVID, most of our funds were channeled onto this portion whereby we have to save the lives of our people. And our economy back home got dented. I'm saying this for a simple reason that when this issue comes to the table, whereby it has to be really considered, it must be known that some funding in the form of subscriptions have to be considered. And certainly when subscriptions get considered, it means some fogging into the Botswana pocket shall be made. Last but not least, I pray to all of us that remind all of us that the great achievements require time and perseverance. This matter of turning this issue into parliament is not a small matter, it's a very serious matter. It has to be cogitated upon as seriously as we possibly can. Patience is a virtue. We shall certainly get to that point. And lastly, let me thank my colleagues at the United Republic of Tanzania for naming the big power station after our father, the able Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, honorable member, for the suggestions. Yes, now I have it. I will now give the floor to the other member from Botswana.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mine is a reaction on a general issue relating to gender equality and sexual reproductive health issues. Yesterday, I had a chat with my wife and I was saying the winds of change are blowing in Africa. We have had 6 speakers at the official opening yesterday, and only 1 out of 6 was male. All of them were females. And I was saying to her that I think Africa is on track, is making so much progress. And I even indicated that even the director of proceedings was a female. And I think it's important that we rethink our electoral systems as African countries, because I think research has shown that those countries with strictly first past the post system, they tend to have lesser percentage of women representation in their assemblies. Botswana, for instance, I don't think we have reached 10%. We're about 5-7%. That's where we normally vacillate at. And I'm hoping that in future the situation will improve. I have also noted, as the presenters were making their presentation, I haven't heard much about the quest to fight period poverty, which has become a serious problem affecting the girl child, in fact, even interfering with their education. I don't know how many of our countries have a provision of free sanitary pads and related products, especially in schools. I know we emphasize the free distribution of condoms, but not free distribution of sanitary pads. Recently, Botswana Parliament has moved, after numerous calls to abolish pink tax. We are not there yet, but at least now a value-added tax will not be applicable on sanitary pads and related products. And I don't know how many of our countries have moved to abolish a pink tax, exempting tax from sanitary pads and related products. The other issue, which is not popular, especially amongst politicians in Africa, because majority view it as an issue that does not win votes, is the issue of the LGBTIQ+. Recently, our Court of Appeal, which is the Superior Court of Record in our country, moved to, or held in a case in which a gay man sought to challenge the provisions of our penal code. The court held that those provisions criminalizing homosexual acts was unconstitutional. And Parliament in this July session will move to align the penal code with the pronouncement of the Superior Court of Record, which is the Court of Appeal, or the Apex Court. Lastly, in the remaining few seconds, is also the important issue of prevention of spread of HIV and AIDS. The issue, this part has not been popularized in the country, but at least in our public facilities, there is both provision of post-exposure prophylaxis and a pre-exposure prophylaxis. It's common in sort of sexual violence cases, but I think we have moved a step further into providing it on a purely voluntary basis when somebody has been exposed or think they will be exposed. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for according me these few minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your contribution. I will now give the floor to the member from Tanzania. The member for the United Republic of... Was there a hand raised? If not, then I will continue with the member from Namibia. Tanzania? Oh, okay. I'm sorry you were waiting for the mic. Yes, we will take the member from Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mayor from Tanzania. In fact, I think
I think we have a problem with this mic. Please try another one.
hello. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. In fact, mine is a very small issue. I had presentation from, I think, Tanzania and the Botswana relating to pharmaceutical issues in our SADC region. And the issue we discussed in our previous meetings that in our country we mainly depend on importation of these pharmaceutical products, and we were encouraging our country to set production facilities so that we can have those products from our own industries. So I had Tanzania, they have make some recommendable action, and Botswana, was it? It was Zambia, I think. So my question was to head of delegation from Namibia, as he said, they have contacted, I think it is Egypt and I think India to set base in their country. So first question from the presenter, are they coming to manufacture in Zambia, or they just importing and they will distribute from there? As as Mr. Z said, Tanzania was just a procuring country to other SADC countries. So my question is, are they going to manufacture from Zambia, or they will do like what Medical Store Department of Tanzania is currently doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. A question has been directed to the head of delegation of Namibia. We ask the head of delegation to note, and we will take the contribution of the member from Namibia. Was there a member from Namibia? The gentleman who raised the thing, are you a member of a delegation or an observer? Because observers are not entitled to address the debate. I will proceed with the member from Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to make a small comment on the presentation of, no, I think it was Zimbabwe. When he I just wanted some light clarification. When he mentioned about giving condoms to girls, the girl child, I wanted to know in what context they were thinking about giving condom to the girl child. If it is for protecting the girl child already in marriage, I just wanted some clarity on the issue, because he mentioned this in his report. I thank you.
Thank you. I will ask members, members should have raised their hands at the beginning of this session, but I will make an indulgence to the member. Is it the member from Lesotho?
Thank you, Mr. President. The first issue relates to the point mentioned by the delegation from Zimbabwe. They were saying that as a way of ensuring the implementation of some of these decisions made in international fora, they have established a committee, a special committee of parliament, to pursue these matters and to make sure that there is progress on these commitments made in international fora. My question is this: how was that committee constituted? What kind of people have been made to be roped into this committee? Were there any criteria used? Could this be people that are already members in this international fora, or would they have picked people on other measures of suitability? That is the one point. The second and last point, Mr. Chairman, and blame my ignorance, if you want, on being new. That is a very good excuse. On this matter of transforming the forum into parliament, being a new person, I have not had any real committal responses. There has always been very smart talk, like the head of delegation from Botswana would talk about it needs to be cogitated properly and so on. And quite honestly, it is a big issue. It's a huge matter which understandably will consume resources. But if we don't have those resources, why do we keep talking about this thing? Why is it not being abandoned? But if it is important enough not to be abandoned, then when will it happen? Taking into account and accepting that it's going to cost resources, but there must be a timeline. No objective can be achieved without a specific timeline. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I have noted a question for the head of delegation from Zimbabwe. And the other point about the transformation agenda, we will address, I think, in response to the report of the executive committee. I had a hand from Zambia. Is that correct? Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think I'll try to be precise to the presenter, who was our last presenter from Zimbabwe. First of all, to thank him for the presentation that he gave us. I guess my question relates to the women. He said that they always have a pre-submission into their national budget, and this has led to the budget being gender sensitive. And they said it is a caucus. As someone who sits as the chairperson for the Zambian Women Parliamentarian Caucus, and we are in the conversation of trying to see whether we become institutionalized as part of the committees at Parliament, and them already doing so much, and yet I saw that it was still under a caucus. Maybe we could get a clarification and some of the learnings that we can have at Zambia. And then lastly, there is a lot of conversation around the pharmaceutical companies. Tanzania giving us an example, or the agreement, whether it was a gentleman's handshake or it was written, where that they will buy on behalf of other SADC countries. The speaker said that from Tanzania, that he'll come back with a full report, and then we have heard of the initiative that Zimbabwe is doing. I just want to connect that to the HIV and AIDS conversation. As someone who has been living with HIV since 1997, and now as a member of parliament, I just hope that the member states in the SADC region should really enter the conversation around the one-year injectable treatment that is coming. Because if you don't do that now, you'll be left behind as you were left behind around the treatment of HIV, which saw a lot of Africans die. And I have a privilege to get my treatment in America, but that's not the privilege of every child or every person in Africa. And I think this is something we need to add as we talk about HIV in SADC states. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I will now recognize the member from Tanzania, who had raised a hand earlier. Honorable member?
Yes,
you have the floor.
thank you very much, Mr. President. There are two things which didn't come very clearly, didn't come well in the discussion. and they were among our resolutions. One, it's about the Malabo Declaration. Now that we are talking about modernizing agriculture to address food insecurity and youth unemployment, I think it is high time we also search our souls in our countries and see how many countries have really taken aboard the Malabo Declaration. As mentioned by our presenter, we've tripled the budget, but yet it's not the 5% of what is supposed to be of the budget, the country's budget. So I don't know about the rest of the countries. Are your countries really taking aboard the 5% of the national budget to be priority in improving or in modernizing agriculture? And number two, I'm complimenting what my Botswana colleague just said about subscription fees. Most of the time we feel shy to discuss about the fees. And most of the time, our Excellency, the Secretary General, carry on or keep on knocking doors to those who are going to support us. She's always asking for support for all those seminars, workshops here and there. Well, we do not pay our subscription fees. Now, when are we going to agree? Time to pay the subscription fees? Because others feel that they are carrying the other group too much. And then it has been just a job of SG Bohem to do it as her, her duty. She's just taking too much. She's overwhelmed. I feel sorry for her and the SADC Secretariat. But now with all these big brains sitting under this roof at Grand Melia in Tanzania, what do we decide now? Honorable President of SADC, I think we should agree. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think the subject of the subscription fee is another matter that will be best raised in the report of the Executive Committee, since it considers all the member countries. I will need to close this session, but I think I might have missed a member from Angola. Was there a request? There was a request, okay? So the member from Angola will close.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to congratulate the clerk of SADC Parliamentary Forum and the honorable members. I would like to say that I am indeed pleased for the fact that all countries have gender equality at the center of their activities, taking into account that women represent more than half of the population in the world. And we cannot talk about true democracy without including women. And here we saw in the reports that were submitted here that the clock on women's inclusion has been marching forward, and we have exchanged experiences with other countries in order to avoid that women are left behind in electoral processes. Angola, in addition to the constitution enshrining gender equality between men and women, there is a law that forces political parties to include in their lists at least 30% of women in order to avoid discrimination against women. And we think that SADC Parliamentary Forum should adopt model law with a view to avoiding that women
participate in the electoral processes as voters, but they have to be candidates as well. In the Angolan parliament, we have that, and in the last elections, we have a woman who constituted her political party and had 2 seats in the National Assembly. And this should constitute an example that is going to inspire other women. However, there's a need for passing legislation that promotes women to participate not only as voters but also as candidates. And we think that the SADC PF should also pay attention to this aspect. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for this contribution. I have seen, I think, other hands which I might have missed. The Honorable Member from Zambia, please.
Tanzania.
From Tanzania, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to respond to the question raised by the Member of Parliament from Namibia. She wanted to have the details on which are the SADC countries that are procuring their pharmaceutical from Tanzania and which are not. We have just checked with our medical store department through our Minister of Health. Currently, the SADC countries that are procuring their pharmaceutical from Tanzania are Seychelles and Comoro. And Madagascar has just finalized their arrangements and will start procurement soon, pharmaceutical from Tanzania. But the rest of the SADC countries, negotiations are going on. So currently it's Seychelles, Comoro, Madagascar will just soon join in procurement of their pharmaceutical from Tanzania. So that's the list that she wanted to have.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your contribution comes as a response to the debate. I believe the member from Zimbabwe has the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have 2 quick responses to make on questions that came from the floor. I wish to indicate that in our country we have CAPS, Varichem, among other countries, among other companies that produce drugs. But as you would appreciate, they do not have the capacity to meet our country's needs. So the 2 companies from India and Egypt, respectively, that I referred to in my report, come in through joint ventures with local companies to manufacture medicines and pharmaceuticals. This is provided for in our Joint Venture Act. And then on the question of access to condoms by girls in school, this I would like you to view in the picture of a consultative process that was going on between the Women's Caucus and stakeholders. The Women's Caucus, as you would appreciate, is a lobby group in its own right with immense influence on policy. The same public consultative process was undertaken by our Committee on Health and Child Care. And it is out of these surveys that moral rectitude won the day, where our people were saying the education sector needed to upscale sexual education, which anchors on moral education. So it was really a debate on moral rectitude versus access to condoms by young people in school. And it was generally felt we should prioritize moral education over granting access to condoms by girls in school. I hope I have made it clear. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe the delegations that had questions addressed to them have responded to the questions. Was there a response from okay, I will take first the member from, no, the member at the end. Is it the member from Lesotho?
Yes,
Who had a
Mr.
response?
President.
Please, Honorable,
It is
you have
not,
the floor.
It is not exactly a response, Mr. President. It is to follow up on the responses from Zimbabwe. I think that I had shown interest in the establishment of a committee established specially to follow up on the implementation of international commitments. So I was thinking that Zimbabwe would also favor me with a response in that regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Will the member from Zimbabwe like to address the point? Well, if you wish to consider for a moment, I will take the point from the member from the DRC. The honorable member from DRC, you have the floor.
Thank you once again for giving me the floor. We had two questions. The first one was discussed thoroughly by many honorables here, so I would like maybe to continue by saying that the person who is going slowly, surely moving forward, and this means that we should not consider 3 months as a deadline or 1 year as a deadline. It's a deadline that should enable us to reach the result that we are expecting. And concerning the different changes, it doesn't concern only the parliament, but it is a concern for the president of the republic. And of course, he also facing different challenges. He also has to see whether he will be able to take up all this responsibility. So it requires some time. I would like to just tell every colleague here to be a bit patient in order for us to move on quietly but surely. Concerning the second question, how did we manage to ensure a quick growth when it comes to the representation of women in our country? According to our constitution, in its 14th article, we underscored the importance of the women and men parity, gender parity. So therefore, I think that what has been done so far is to give the chance and the same opportunity in such a way that even during the registration and when we observe or we look at the number of women, you realize that we have about 50% of women. These women have to be exempted from giving advances in order to enable them to avoid difficult situations that they never faced before. And those are some of the provisions that we have been taking, and this is the response and reply that I would like to give to our honorable from Tanzania who asked the question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable member. Does the member from Zimbabwe wish to make a response to the question from Lesotho?
Sorry, Mr. President, we just want to understand the rationale of the question. The honorable member is here, is just explaining.
The honorable speaker will give a response.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, we have a committee entitled Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade. This committee is responsible for tracing all protocols or international agreements that have been signed by our ministers or by our president in terms of Section 327 of our Constitution. And this committee draws up a list of which protocols have been implemented in terms of domestication, which ones have not. And they report to the House accordingly. And if there are any gaps that need to be sorted out, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade does appear before that committee to explain why certain protocols have not been ratified in the House. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have reached the end of the question on the country reports, and I will now put the question that the country reports be adopted. Are there any objections? If there are no objections, the country reports are duly adopted. Thank you. Do we have time for the next? Honorable members, in attempting to direct our time management prudently and carefully, I will now propose that we break for lunch and we will resume at 1500. Please, may I ask you to be prompt in coming back so that we may resume in time. We will rise and adjourn until 1300.
Chair. Hello, hello.
Good afternoon, all honorable members. I hope you are all refreshed for the continuation of business. We will proceed to the second order on the order paper. Secretary General.
Secretário Geral.
Para o segundo segmento e o secretário-geral, moção de adoção do relatório da Comissão Executiva sobre assuntos de políticas e administração. Convido o deputado Nosiwe Kakula para propor a moção. Muito obrigada, ilustre senhor presidente. Eu quero propor a adoção do relatório da Comissão Executiva sobre os assuntos de políticas e administrativas da 52ª sessão da Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC neste dia 4 de julho de 2023. Senhor Presidente, tal como a Assembleia Plenária deve estar ciente, a Comissão Executiva.
Constitution of the Forum.
Honorable Speaker, would you please, before you proceed with your motion, we need to be seconded.
Yeah.
Is there any seconder? The honorable member from Namibia. The honorable member from Angola. Please proceed with seconding the motion.
Senhor Presidente, gostaria de secundar, de apoiar a moção.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I would like to second the motion.
Já?
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Mr. President, as this plenary assembly is aware, the Executive Committee, EXCO, which is the management organ of the forum, is provided for under Article 12(1) of the Constitution of the Forum, is required to report regularly to the plenary assembly of the SADC-PF. For recall, Article 12(1) of the Constitution of the SADC-PF provides that, and I quote, the Executive Committee shall be responsible for the management of the affairs of the forum, giving direction to the Secretariat and ensuring that the decisions of the plenary assembly are implemented and shall be answerable to the plenary assembly. Close quote. 2.0, pursuant to its mandate, as already outlined, the Executive Committee of SADC Parliamentary Forum met on the 27th to the 28th of May 2023 at Eden Blue Hotel in the Republic of Seychelles. The EXCO now presents its consolidated report on policy and administrative matters, which call for policy consideration by the plenary assembly as the main policy-making body of SADC Parliamentary Forum. The report contains EXCO's recommendations and resolutions to the 53rd Plenary Assembly for consideration, adoption, and/or noting as the case may be. 3.0, SADC Regional Outlook in 2023. Mr. President, in terms of the SADC Regional Outlook in 2023, EXCO invites the plenary assembly to note that the SADC region continues to face multiple challenges which endanger the socio-economic life of citizens in the 21st century. One major issue is the lack of prioritization of agendas to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. Whilst it is commonly accepted that the SDGs are a sustainable avenue to implement basic human rights, such as the right to health and food, it is noted that governments around the world are proceeding with differential agendas, such as investing massively in the military, aerospace research, ways to develop the fashion industry, and more recently, artificial intelligence. 3.1, Mr. President, the plenary assembly may wish to note that a similar disconnect is noted in the SADC region, where food and energy security are major issues which affect the enjoyment of basic human rights. Economic growth, which is a direct indicator of how much a society is able to produce, is projected to be less for sub-Saharan Africa for other regions in 2023. The latest data available from the International Monetary Fund is of concern since the economic growth for the sub-Saharan Africa is projected to drop from 3.9 to 3.9% in 2023 before rising to 4.2% in 2024, thus indicating that 2023 is likely to be a harsher year for the consumer. 3.2, Mr. President, as specified in the OECD FAO Agricultural Outlook 2022 to 2031, it is expected that sub-Saharan Africa will be adding more than 330 million to its domestic population by the year end 2031, representing a population growth of 2.5% per annum. While economies in the region have a high dependency on resource-based commodities and on production of agricultural products, the development of a sustainable agro-industry appears to be imperative for the long-term survival of our region and for the absorption of the emerging youth into skilled positions. In addition, Africa is also home to millions of hectares of unused arable land, which has the potential to yield high-end agricultural products that can be used both for the domestic market and for export. 3.3, Mr. President, the Plenary Assembly is invited to further note that agricultural products and products emanating from the agro-industry form part of goods which can be traded under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and can contribute to improving intra-trade within Africa and reducing the trade deficit with other regions. 3.4, furthermore, Mr. President, farming and its products can also be a source of renewable and clean energy, which would assist to alleviate the energy deficit in sub-Saharan Africa and reduce the region's continuous dependence on fossil fuels while averting rising inflationary prices due to Russia-Ukraine conflict and other reasons. According to FAO, solar-powered irrigation in Rwanda and biogas digesters to help keep milk fresh in Tanzania are success stories on how farming can assist to generate clean energy that caters for farming needs and other purposes. In addition, wind and solar farms are commonly located in the vicinity of agricultural pastures, where the grounds are exposed to abundant wind and sun. In the next 10 years, agriculture can, therefore, be a panacea to both food and energy security deficits in Southern Africa, provided early investments are progressively made in the coming years by a reprioritization of government agendas. Decision required, Honorable President, honorable members, the Plenary Assembly is requested to note the above SADC Regional Outlook in 2023, which motivated the framing of the theme of the 53rd Plenary Assembly as Modernizing Agriculture to address food and insecurity and unemployment in the SADC region, the role of parliaments. The Plenary Assembly is further invited to acknowledge that parliaments should be at the center of reform and oversight initiatives to catalyze the modernization of agricultural techniques and output for the direct benefit of SADC citizens. Do I proceed, Honorable President, or do you want the plenary to say agreed or not?
I think you proceed, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. 4.0, hosting of the 53rd Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to place on record its sincere thanks to the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania, led by Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, for graciously accepting to host the 53rd Plenary Assembly session. The Plenary Assembly is further invited to convey its gratitude through the host speaker, Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, to Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for accepting to officially open the 53rd Plenary Assembly session. The Plenary Assembly is further requested to place on record its gratitude to the government and people of the United Republic of Tanzania for the warm hospitality being enjoyed by all delegates to the 53rd Plenary Assembly session. 5.0, update on the transformation of the SADC PF into a SADC regional parliament. Mr. President and honorable members, EXCO invites the Plenary Assembly to recall that the 42nd SADC Summit Heads of State and Government convened from the 17th to the 18th of August 2022 in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, to inter alia review the progress made on the transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament. On that occasion, it was highlighted that the next legal steps would proceed with the transformation would be the signature of the agreement amending the SADC treaty by member states, followed by the signature and ratification of the protocol on the SADC parliament. 5.2.
5,2, le comité exécutif invite en outre l'Assemblée plénière à tenir compte de ce que le statut quo actuel est que 8 sur 16 États membres de la SADC ont signé l'accord en modifiant le traité de la SADC, alors que 12 signatures sont nécessaires pour que l'amendement entre en vigueur sur le plan légal. Le Conseil de la SADC, qui s'est réuni en mars 2023, a conseillé que ce n'est que lorsque l'amendement sera en vigueur que le protocole pourra être mis en vigueur et sa ratification sera initiée grâce au secrétariat de la SADC. Actuellement, le secrétariat du PF SADC travaille en tandem avec le secrétariat de la SADC pour veiller à ce que les instruments juridiques soient conformes aux politiques des organes de la SADC et aux principales fonctions du forum tel que prévu dans le projet de protocole. Décision attendue des honorables membres, l'Assemblée plénière est invitée à prendre note de ces développements et à prouver que le forum continue de travailler avec le SADC le secrétaire de la SADC pour réfléchir sur les fonctions du forum telles que prévues dans la feuille de route de transformation et deuxièmement, que les plaidoyers soient effectués par le forum auprès des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du ministère des Affaires étrangères pour garantir les progrès dans la signature de l'amendement du traité de la SADC. Je vais poursuivre, Monsieur le Président, 6.1, le point sur le forum du Parlement de la SADC et ses précédents. Monsieur le Président, il souviendra à l'Assemblée plénière en ce qui concerne l'interprétation, je reçois l'interprétation.
Not on Channel 1. I'm getting French on Channel 1, so I don't know if that can be sorted out. Yes, I have French on Channel 2 now. Yes. Thank you. I think you can proceed, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. 6.1, Mr. President and honorable members, as the Plenary Assembly will recall, the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and its successors trust was approved by the 50th Plenary Assembly of the Forum, and amendments were subsequently brought to the constitution of the Forum to inter alia establish the trust as an organ under Article 10.1. 6.2, Mr. President and honorable members, EXCO is pleased to advise the plenary assembly that the trust deed has since been duly registered with the Master of the High Court of the Republic of Namibia after it was signed by the 3 first trustees in Windhoek, Namibia, in the presence of a notary public. In accordance with the agreed language requirements and alphabetical order of member parliaments, the first 3 trustees were nominated by the parliaments of Namibia, that is for English, Angola, Portuguese, and DRC French. The names of the trustees are indicated in the table which appears in the EXCO report and which I am going to read out, starting with the parliament, name of trustee, occupation, and gender. For the Parliament of Angola, name of trustees, Honorable Aiza Nasilia Gomez da Silva. Occupation, chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Economic and Financial Affairs of the National Assembly, and this is a female. Under DRC, which is the second one, Honorable Andre Leon Tumba Mukendi. This is a member of parliament and is a male. And the third one is Namibia, and that's French. Namibia, Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, and this is the male. 6.3, decision required. That plenary assembly is requested to note the above developments and approve that the trust be allowed to work independently in accordance with the trust law prevailing in Namibia and to resource mobilize on behalf of the forum as beneficiary. B, that the appointed trustees are to henceforth conduct the proceedings of the trust pursuant to their powers and functions under the registered trust deed. 7, domestication strategies led by the forum. Mr. President, as the plenary assembly will recall, the domestication of regional normative frameworks continues to be a crucial issue with interparliamentary organs such as the forum faced in the 21st century. With the uncertain economic climate, protectionism is gradually pushing countries to adopt conservative policy, which impede the harmonization of legal norms at the international level. Protectionism is a school of thought which encourages countries to consider only what works for themselves, irrespective of changes on the international plane or international commitments taken. Due to sovereignty protectionism, many countries have pulled out of international treaties or have left international organizations which share a common developmental purpose. 7.2, Mr. President, organizations such as SADC Parliamentary Forum are directly concerned with the issue of protectionism versus domestication, especially since the forum develops regional normative legislative instruments in the form of model laws which have persuasive value for its member parliaments. 7.3, in this respect, the forum needs to continually innovate to develop tools and partnerships to continue that domestication strategies are engaged with greater momentum. Some of these domestication strategies, which have been recently implemented, are highlighted below. 7.3.1, a scorecard is being developed for the recently adopted model law on public financial management. In this regard, terms of reference have been formulated for the technical working group to be revived to oversee the work of the consultant appointed to develop the scorecard. The scorecard is in process of finalization with regular oversight from the PFM Technical Working Group. 7.3.2, the SRHR HIV and AIDS Governance Project of 2019 to 2023 is coming to an end. In this respect, the Forum will submit a new project proposal for a 3-year period to Sweden with focus areas which includes gender equality and sexual gender-based violence, universal health coverage, comprehensive sexuality education, early and unintended pregnancies and safe abortion, and the advancement of democratization and human rights. This is in line with the strategic plan of the Forum 2019 to 2023 to pursue gender equality in Southern Africa and prevent discrimination, especially for the key populations. 7.3.3, a benchmarking meeting was held with the interparliamentary organizations of the main regional economic communities in Africa in February 2023 to discuss harmonizing norms around key governance themes such as gender equality, SRHR, anti-corruption, public financial management, amongst others. Knowledge tools in the form of principles and guidelines on human rights and anti-corruption were pre-tested and validated with national parliaments. Workshops and regional trainings were also conducted with MPs and staff of parliament on the themes of political participation of women, democratic accountability, and the African Continental Free Trade Area in the period February to March 2023. Decision requires, honorable members, that the plenary assembly is requested to approve the continued strategy of the forum to collaborate with parliaments and relevant stakeholders and pursue domestication of legal norms through targeted projects and initiatives that aim to enhance the socio-economic landscape in SADC in line with the forum strategic plan. 8, update on South-South global cooperation. The plenary assembly is invited to recall that the forum has been collaborating with the authorities in Venezuela for some time now through the election observation and other initiatives to share peer experience, cross-learn, and explore areas of cooperation across the Latin America, Southern Africa geographical axis. In this respect, some MPs from the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources participated in a working session in the Republic of Venezuela from the 29th of March to the 4th of April 2023. The objective of the meeting was to interrogate energy and agriculture issues, which areas are directly relevant to the theme of the 53rd Plenary Assembly session of the Forum. It was an opportune occasion for MPs of the Forum to appreciate how that country was dealing with various issues in the agriculture and energy sectors, which were of interest to the SADC region, especially as the SADC region is itself wrought with similar issues in energy insufficiency, food insecurity, climate disasters, the drying up of oil reserves, to cite but a few. A few outcomes from the working session included the prospect of forging collaborative agreements and friendship associations between Venezuela and the national parliaments under the umbrella of the forum, with the aim of keeping alive the momentum garnered through the strategic South-South cooperation. Decision required, honorable members, that the plenary assembly is requested to note the above developments and approve that the initiatives for South-South cooperation be further explored in line with the forum's mandate to pursue interparliamentary networking, in particular with countries across the Atlantic Ocean in Latin America, such as Mexico, Venezuela, Bolivia, etc., which share similar socio-economic priorities as the SADC nations. 9, update on resource mobilization initiative. Mr. President and honorable members, EXCO invites the Plenary Assembly to note that several initiatives have been conducted by the Forum to resource mobilize in view of implementing related thematic programs and projects. In this regard, in the margins of the 67th session of the UN Commission on the Status of Women in March 2023, the Forum met with US stakeholders involved in global development cooperation to explore possibilities of resource mobilization for projects on gender equality, public health, and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Forum met with representatives of the National Democratic Institute and the US Department of State and the US Agency for International Development, amongst others, to introduce the Forum and relate its main intervention areas in the fields of advancing human rights, corporate governance, and strengthening democracy in Southern Africa. It was highlighted that contrary to other regional organizations, the Forum is an apolitical organization which includes both government and opposition MPs and is ideally poised to advance democratic accountability and engage on good governance and anti-corruption frameworks. 9.3, Mr. President, honorable members, the role of the Forum is setting normative legal benchmarks for the region in the form of model laws was highlighted, including the avenues for dissemination of such benchmarks to member states and their continuous monitoring through the Forum's dedicated oversight organ. In this vein, the partners welcomed the presentations made by Forum's representatives and expressed their appreciation, since some of them had never appreciated the work of the Forum in advancing democracy and human rights and had in fact ignored the Forum's existence. 9.4, the outcomes of this exchange with US partners was that many were impressed with the Forum's robust mandate and also its achievements in model lawmaking and domestication. They consequently undertook to explore further partnerships with the Forum and its member parliaments. In addition, Mr. President, the Forum also engaged with the Indian Embassy in April 2023 to explore possible capacity building collaboration in ICT and other areas where India has played a pioneering role. The Indian Embassy expressed its willingness to assist the Forum in the future, highlighting that currently the country's funding priorities are more skewed towards supporting individual countries instead of regional organizations. The embassy would thus be keen to consider bilateral arrangements for capacity building with individual countries with the facilitation of the SADC PF. Decision, honorable members, required. The Plenary Assembly is requested to approve that resource mobilization initiatives continue to be explored with the US cooperating partners, the Indian Embassy, and other partners which share similar objectives as the Forum in Development Cooperation. 10, proposal to host the Southern African Regional Hub, SAHAB, under the auspices of the Forum. Mr. President, 10.1, EXCO invites the Plenary Assembly to recall that the Interparliamentary Union and the National Assembly of Zambia agreed by a memorandum of understanding in December 2019 that the Southern Africa Regional Hub be hosted by the National Assembly of Zambia. The hub was set up with a view of empowering national parliaments to embrace ICT innovation and digitalize their services. This represented the outcome of the e-Parliament Conference 2018 held in Geneva, whereby the IPU Center for Innovation in Parliament announced a partnership between the IPU and parliaments to support parliamentary innovation through the enhanced use of digital tools. It was highlighted that digital tools were time-saving and they helped to surmount physical barriers, thus bringing countries together and making inter-parliamentary collaboration come to life. 10.2, Mr. President, the SAHAP is critical to assist the Forum and other national parliaments to upgrade their digital platforms and move meetings online during the COVID-19 period. Today, the SAHAP represents a valuable asset for the region, with a membership of Southern African states which mirrors that of the SADC PF. Be that as it may, since the MOU between the IPU and the Parliament of Zambia has expired on the 31st of December 2021, the SAHAP is technically without a host. In this respect, 10.3, Mr. President, it is proposed that the Forum considers hosting the SAHAP on a permanent basis. At the same time, given that the Forum has also embarked on initiatives to capacitate national parliaments on ICT innovation, the hosting of the SAHAP will bring renewed impetus and technical expertise to its efforts. The hosting of the SAHAP will also augment the ICT skills available under the umbrella of the Forum and further refine the Forum's ICT processes as it envisions to transform to a SADC regional parliament. 10.4, the IPU has already approved that the SAHAP be hosted by the SADC PF, and this update will be surfaced at the forthcoming IPU session to take place in Luanda in Angola later this year. 10.5 decision, honorable members, that the plenary assembly is requested to approve that the SAHAP be hosted at the Forum and that resource mobilization be undertaken to fund the hosting so that same does not affect the Forum's core budget. 11, update on the Forum's risk management framework. 11.1, Mr. President, EXCO invites the plenary assembly to recall that a risk register is now in place at the Forum with regards to which strategic and operational risks of the Forum are being closely monitored. In this respect, staff of the Forum contribute to the reporting process with a centralized database maintained for all existing risks. 11.2, the plenary assembly is requested to note that there are no imminent operational risks existing at the Forum at current date. One identified risk is that of the finances of the Forum, which do not leave the scope to conduct all statutory activities physically, and that this is being remedied by conducting some events virtually or through donor support where possible. The lack of finances also implies that no recruitment can be envisaged currently and that positions are to be filled by secondment. The plenary assembly is requested to note that the Director of Parliamentary Business and Programs, which was a position approved to be filled by secondment by the plenary assembly, has now assumed functions at the Forum's headquarters in Windhoek. 11.3 decision, honorable members. The plenary assembly is requested to note the above and to approve that the risk management framework of the Forum be continuously monitored with rigor so that the Forum does not meet with any operational or strategic impediments in the medium to long term. Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your presentation of the report. I will now call on the seconder, Honorable Pedro Sebastião, to present his address on the seconding of the motion.
Senhor Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, senhores Presidentes dos Parlamentos Nacionais, caros colegas, em apoio ao projeto de resolução.
In seconding
It's not Portuguese. The Portuguese is not on.
I'm in English now. It's now in English, yes.
It's not here.
This is the English now. Okay.
What's it saying?
No, it's fine.
Sebastião, please proceed. The English is on one.
Senhor Presidente do Fórum,
Dear President, Mr. President of the SADC, dear speakers of national parliaments, in seconding the motion, allow me to begin by paying a well-deserved glowing tribute to the mover of the motion for articulating the issues deliberated upon by the Executive Committee so eloquently and with such depth in detail. Because the mover has gone to such length to provide a detailed and clear update to the plenary assembly on the issues deliberated upon by EXCO, I will just focus on and lay emphasis on the three issues which I consider critical for the operation of the forum. Firstly, Mr. President, let me speak on the issue on the SADC Parliamentary Forum and its accessors trust. It is gratifying to note that the trust has now been registered. This milestone would not have been attained if some individuals among us had not gone beyond the call of duty in pushing this agenda. Let me take this opportunity to thank them all, whether present today or not. We also pay tribute to the Secretary General and her team for their dedication to this very important cause. That said, Mr. President, it is time for us to make sure of the trust as a special purpose vehicle to actualize the promises of various well-wishers who have been waiting on the wings to support the work of the forum now that the trust has been registered. We therefore look forward to the fulfillment of those commitments so that the trust can begin to operate in earnest. Mr. President, secondly, I will say a few words on the status of the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament. It is worrying concern, it's a concern that progress has been very slow in getting the 12 signatures, given that almost a year has elapsed since approval was given by the heads of state in principle to amend the SADC treaty, and yet only 8 members have so far signed the agreement amending the treaty. 7 have not signed yet. In my view, the fact that they are yet to sign is not because there was no support, since all of them have indicated at various fora that they fully support the transformation. In many cases, member states have not signed the agreement amending the treaty because of the need to fulfill domestic administrative processes required before a state can agree to be party of an agreement of such a nature. This calls for concerted efforts in terms of lobbying and advocacy at domestic level in order to ensure that these administrative procedures can be concluded quickly and enable the member states to sign the agreement. It is therefore incumbent upon national parliaments whose heads of state have not signed the agreement amending this treaty to coordinate lobbying and advocacy missions to their respective countries so that the process of concluding administrative processes and signing can be prioritized and accelerated. As has been highlighted by the mover of this mission, it is the attainment of the 12 signatures that will bring the amendment into effect, unlock the process of finalization of the protocol on the SADC Parliament and other processes on the transformation agenda. Mr. President, my third and final point is to reiterate the dire need for member parliaments to support our secretariat through the secondment of staff in positions which are critical to the organization structure of the organization. This is critical if we have to capacitate our secretariat to serve us better through its various departments. Besides, this is what we ourselves have repeatedly decided to do as a solution to the staff shortages in our institutions and in order to mitigate the strategic and operational risks of this organization. In this regard, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Parliament of Malawi for fulfilling its commitment by seconding a full-time Director of Parliamentary Business and Programs at full cost to the National Parliament. This is commendable, and all member parliaments should consider seconding qualified staff to help the forum in pursuit of its noble objectives in regional interparliamentary cooperation. It should be remembered that seconding staff to the forum is not a waste of staff resources. It should rather be considered as a contribution to interparliamentary integration, where the member parliament is itself a direct beneficiary and indirectly through exposure of its staff parliamentary work at the regional level. Finally, the forum operates for the benefit of each and every one of its member parliaments, and the gains of secondment will be felt sooner rather than later. Mr. President, with these few words, I beg to second the motion. I thank you.
I shall now open the floor for debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate will please indicate their request by a show of hands. Please be reminded that each member has an allocation of 5 minutes for an intervention. And I remind members once again to be sure to identify yourself when you take the floor. Please allow us to take note of the, please maintain your hands up for a minute while we take note. Thank you. I will start with the member from the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you. The name is Darren Bergman, and I suppose I wear the cap of the ex-treasurer. Sadly, it's probably my last few weeks here. Just to state that and compliment our speaker on the reports. It was a very comprehensive report. I think a lot of people don't understand the two hiccups, that they probably saw them as hiccups when the speaker delegated the obligations to other members of the delegation. She's someone that believes in empowerment, and I think what she was trying to do was actually, as she said to us, she likes to empower gender and the youth. And what she was doing is trying to include as many people of the delegation as possible, and I suppose we respect that and appreciate that. Further to that, I'd just like to say, in terms of the report itself, we started in Seychelles, and I think we have to show gratitude to the host. We have to show gratitude to the host of Seychelles. I think that the executive committee in Seychelles, I think we were well welcomed there, and the president of SADC and the president of Seychelles gave us a very warm welcome. And I think we must appreciate that and say that that was a very high benchmark left from that executive meeting. And then, as we said, that Mauritius was going to host the 53rd plenary, but we find ourselves in Tanzania. And I think for Tanzania, picking up the preparations, we must also congratulate Tanzania for being able to do so quickly and comprehensively, and again, being most welcome, and to have the president, the speaker, and to have everything organized. Once again, I think a big round of applause to Tanzania as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me start by thanking the presenter, who is the Speaker of the Republic of South Africa, for a well-regulated and detailed report. My intervention is going to be on the signatories, Mr. President. We have been informed that only 8 out of the 15, having a balance of 7. Maybe for the benefit of the House, of this august House, Mr. President, maybe if we would know that which countries are these 8, so that we're able to understand which countries are remaining, because maybe Malawi can be one of it, and I would ask the leader of delegation here to my right hand and the speaker to help our lobby so that we get the signatory as soon as possible, so that we move progressively. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I will now move to the member from Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. May I first express gratitude to the mover of the motion moving for the adoption of the Executive Committee report. Very comprehensive and very eloquently articulated. But be that as it may, one must say, and I hope one is not repeating what has been said already, because what I am going to say, we can say it and say it until we say it no more. By saying it no more, it's when we see the result. This issue, which Malawi has just touched upon, but albeit from a different perspective, is concerning, one must say. It's not inspiring, it is not endangering hope that we will ever reach where we want to be. Let us be frank about it. As we keep on delaying this matter, I don't know why and where is the hiccup. The chances are that we may never see the light at the end of the tunnel, because government regimes change. Now, one would have thought when the governments that approved the protocol treaty were still in office, and maybe they are still in office, what a chance and opportunity for them to have signed this thing when they were clearly understanding what it is. I personally don't understand what is the hold-up in signing. I think it's the third, if not the second, if not the third time that we have been told of a very small number that of signatures to the protocol. I wouldn't be saying who is not signing, but what I'm suggesting, maybe as a way forward, which the presenter has actually alluded to, is the fact that we look at initiating yet another, maybe more effective initiative, namely the lobby forum team, lobby forum, whatever that means. What I was thinking, we used, and I think we still have, a very effective and very influential lobby team. We would be knowing and would be getting a complete report who is having problems. I don't think it is state duties or what that are holding our dear heads of states to sign. Maybe they are still considering it, which we may consider it until doomsday, if I may be very that negative, Mr. President. Well, I'm suggesting, why not consider that effective lobby team we had to check in particular on those countries, heads of states that have not signed up to now. A year is really long, and everything is happening under this dynamic environment. I'm just worried, Mr. President, that after working so hard and getting approval from the summit, we are still not making meaningful progress thereafter. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call on the member from Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. President. The point that I want to raise is in a way the same as the point that has been raised by Malawi and Eswatini regarding the transformation of the forum to the full parliament. As it has been pointed out that the decision to transform the forum to permanent parliament was approved by the summit. And summit, we mean head of state. So logically, they would have no any hesitation in signing because it's head of states themselves who has agreed on this. I understand that my country, Tanzania, have signed. It's in those 8 SADC member states that have signed it. And I agree with the Malawi that we need to know those 8 countries that have not signed, but I also agree with Eswatini that it's good we know the reason so that we can know that is there going to be a signing or not. We need to know the reason. Because if the country agreed in principle that we need transformation and yet that country is not signing, then there should be a reason. There should be a reason. So it's not only enough to have a list of 8 countries that have not signed, but we should know each country, each country that what is holding them back from signing. Is it administrative issues? Is there any tangible reason or problem? So I think we should know by each country so that we can estimate maybe in the next 3 months or the next 4 months, in the next 6 months, we are going to have the signature. And we are told that we only need 4 signatures so that we can have 12 signatures. And the 12 signatures are enough for us to proceed. So we don't have to wait until all 8 signatures are available. As we are now, we need only 4 so that we can have 12 signatures and proceed. So it's good to know the reason from each country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have the member from Lesotho. Okay, thank you. I have the member from Zimbabwe.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes?
Lesotho still wants to take the floor, but the prof doesn't have a mic.
Oh, thank you. I believe we can sort that out in a minute.
This one works. Thank you very much, Honorable President. Just to join in to compliment the Speaker of the South African Parliament for a very detailed presentation indeed. Really, if I could have as well surrendered the issue I was going to raise, because most of the previous speakers have addressed that issue, which was really to be taken into confidence as to which countries have not appended their signature to this transformation of the forum. I would imagine a country such as mine, which has just had a change of leadership, may have not had the opportunity to address this matter. So it helps to know which countries owe their signatures so that we could carry on with the lobbying and advocacy in order to fast track this process. That's all that I wanted to ask, Mr. Chairman, just to be taken into confidence which countries are indeed owing on their signatures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now move to the member from Zimbabwe.
That's me, eh?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I get the sense of doubt and lack of faith in the final outcome of our journey in the transformation of SADC PF. Let us abuse that, because it has been a long, long journey to be where we are now. The seed for the establishment of SADC PF was sown in Namibia in 1992. And it took 5 years for the protocol to be signed by our heads of states and government in Blantyre, 9 September 1997. So the germination of that seed took 5 years. But people did not stop. They didn't lose their faith. And come 2014, because that protocol indicated that finally SADC PF would transform into a parliamentary entity. Then we started the lobbying in 2014. And it took us 8 years to convince the heads of state and government who met in Malawi at the 41st summit in August to agree that the transformation should take place. 8 years. Now, after the Malawi summit, we are now into the second year of making sure that the amendment to the SADC treaty is done. 8 countries have signed. I am the leader of the lobbying group, unless if someone has started a coup. But as far as I'm concerned, I am still the leader. I'm still the leader. I have approached Namibia. Namibia is in the process of signing through its parliamentary process. Now, let me clarify. In other countries, it only needs parliament to say yes, and they sign. In other countries, you don't need parliament only. The executive must come in and say yes. The office of the Attorney General must come in after scrutinizing the legal implications. So that's the difference in the delays. Namibia is coming on board, Botswana is coming on board, DRC is coming on board, and Mauritius is coming on board. In fact, I should be going to Mauritius with colleagues to meet the Prime Minister there. And with these guarantees, we are going to have 12 members signing. But we want all members of the 15 member states to sign so that we don't only end with 12. We want ownership by the whole SADC family. Finance, they should not be hesitating through our parliaments. Let me remind you, the African Union is not funded fully by subscriptions. 72% of the funding of the AU is coming from donor countries. SADC itself, 65%. And in our own national governments, national parliaments, the budget that we pass is not sufficient. Either you go to the IMF or the World Bank to top up your national budgets. So the issue of finance should not create hesitation in our minds. Mr. President, we have come up with the idea of the trust, which has now been registered as a vehicle for resource mobilization. So we are going to get the funds outside the subscriptions of member parliaments. And finally, Mr. President, On the item number 4, on the question of the trust, there's an omission there under 4.2. It was agreed at our executive, and we accepted that the Right Honorable Muti from Zambia would be one of the trustees. And this was affirmed in Seychelles. And we said the Speaker of Namibia is the settler of the trust. And we needed another trustee. And that trustee is the Honorable Muti, Speaker of Zambia. So that list must be complete accordingly. Finally, let me commend the mover of the motion, Honorable Speaker from South Africa, and also commend the Secretary General that this report is one of the best reports, if not the best, where after reading it, I couldn't see any grammar mistake except one comma. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I just verify? I see that I wrote Tanzania down twice. Was there another hand raised from Tanzania? Is that correct? Please, would you address?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And before I proceed, may I take this opportunity to congratulate the last speaker,
I've seen Zambia.
Advocate Mudenda, our learned brother, who is very confident. It seems he's a really seasoned lawyer. Mr. President, if I may just say that I'm interested to assist him if he's looking for a senior citizen in lobbying and an experienced one. I said experienced because coming from Tanzania, you know, we are in EALA. And this is also another region. And I have an experience because it was once there and then it broke up, the East Africa. So now they have the East Africa Legislative Assembly. And not only that, but from Tanzania and Zanzibar, we have the two parliaments, the one in Tanzania and the other one, we have representatives in Zanzibar. So you can see how much experience I can be. My name is Shirley Raymond, Member of Parliament from Tanzania. Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may request you to compliment the report which was read by our Honorable Speaker from South Africa, Madam Ngakula. It is really a very rich document. And before I proceed, I'm also requesting that we should get the soft copy today so that we can sleep on it, read it again and again, because it has a lot of things, but now we are only dwelling on one thing, which was a burning issue in people's hearts. And this is the issue of the plenary assembly to become a full parliament. A lot have been done from the trustee, although there is a shortcoming that the trustees were mentioned to be 11, if I'm not mistaken, but then she only talked of about 5, and then the topic was changed. Why, I don't know. The other thing is that so much has been done, and here I have to congratulate Secretary General with her team, because really it needs someone to be very patient. And also I congratulate the member states. They are patient, they are doing it well, but from where it started in 1992, people were walking. Even a child, when he's born, starts walking very slowly. Then it reached a stage whereby one needs to run because he or she have not accomplished enough. And here is where we are. It's now time to see that we are going fast and finalize the thing. Mr. President, You have seen how people, or member states, have burning hearts for this thing to be completed. So I request you at your position to see how much you can assist before your term ends, that we should become a full parliament. Another thing, there were a lot of things mentioned in this report, not to forget about staffing, not to forget about financial challenges. If we just wait and say, well, let us be patient, when you are broke, no patience. You need that cash to do things. You want to see things rolling. Now, we should also, we as SADC, well, plenary assembly, we should also see that it's high time we run. May I submit?
Thank you, honorable member. I will recognize the member from Malawi. From? Yes. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President, I'm rising now on supplementary because through the history that I've heard from the Speaker from the Republic of Zimbabwe, it was in 1992 that we had traveled for 5 years to get the forum. And now from 2014, they have been lobbying up until 2022, which is 8 years. So I wanted to ask how further should we wait for the completion? Because my understanding is that upon the summit, which is the heads of state, they all agreed in Lilongwe on the year of the Lord, 2022. I believe that was the end of the journey. So what we needed is just to have the signatures written. So how long, or when we are leaving this plenary here in Arusha, Mr. President, for how long should we wait? The timeline, we need to come up with a timeline because we cannot keep on walking, as my mother from Tanzania has said. We need to start running and time is not on our side. So the question is, how long, Mr. President, should we wait to get these signatures done? Because from 2014 to 2022, that's 8 years. That's a long, long, long time, Mr. President. I submit.
Thank you, honorable member. I will now give the floor to the honorable speaker from Zambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker from South Africa, for a well-rendered report. Of course, on the issue of the protocol, I think we need to do more lobbying. Of course, there are 7 countries that have signed, or 8 countries that have signed. We need more countries to sign. But in terms of timelines, I believe that we cannot give ourselves timelines because now the processes are out of our hands. It's now the executive that needs to make a decision when to sign and why they should sign. And from the discussion that we had, not putting any words in the mouth of Her Excellency, the President of Tanzania, when that issue was raised, she indicated that there were 2 concerns over the turning of the SADC-PF into a parliament. One of them was the issue of subscriptions. There was a worry or a concern that if we convert to a parliament, probably the subscriptions might be increased. Then secondly, the issue of the trust. I believe that there are most of our leaders are not yet comfortable with the issue of creating a trust, because the one who funds you sometimes can play the tune. So we have to be very careful. I think what we need to do is to engage further our president just to explain through the chairman of the lobbying group, to explain what the circumstances are surrounding the trust, and also to reassure them that with the trust, maybe there will be no need for increasing the subscriptions. But of course, the issue of trust is a concern by the heads of state. From what I gathered, I'm sure the delegation of Namibia would be able to shed more light on this. It's a pity the honorable member is not in. I had indicated to him that maybe he needed to say something, because on the sidelines we did discuss and this issue arose. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will give the floor to the Speaker from Zimbabwe.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. What timeline? I think we need to be infectious believers. According to our estimate of the lobby group, before the end of this year, we should have the 12 signatories, if not more. That's one. The second aspect is that once the agreement has been completed in terms of the required 12 members, and I said earlier, our aim is, Mr. President, make sure that all member states of SADC sign up so that there's total ownership of the transformation. Otherwise, we may have some staccatos in future. After that has happened, Mr. President, the next thing is to have the protocol. The protocol is the instrument of establishing the regional parliament. And the protocol will be there to give the architecture of that parliament in terms of the modalities of personnel and so on, the committees, etc., etc. That structure will be given by the protocol. Already, through the office of the Secretary General and the previous executive some 3-4 years ago, we did come up with a prototype protocol, which is before the Executive Secretary of SADC in Botswana. And there is a team of officials from the office of the Secretary General of SADC PF and the office of the Executive Secretary of SADC, who are going to put together, in fact, they've started putting together the nitty-gritties of how that protocol is going to look like before presenting it to the ministers, to the Council of Ministers, who are mainly ministers of foreign affairs. Once it is ventilated there, the Council of the Ministers will then table it to the summit, SADC summit. We are hoping that should take place by next year in August. And we pray the Almighty God that all of us sitting in this room will be there to witness that transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't have other persons who've raised. I will now call on the mover of the motion, the Honorable Speaker Mapisa and Kakula, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Let us start with the last issue, which is the the list of countries which have not signed. If you look at the list behind us on the wall there, that list is not, the information contained there is not necessarily accurate. We've just been discussing it now with the SG. It does not reflect some of the countries we have already signed. For instance, Angola, Swatini, South Africa, Lesotho, Malawi, Seychelles, Tanzania, Zimbabwe have signed. Countries which have not signed, it's Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique, Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, right? Those are the countries which have not signed. And I want to make a confession that even as South Africa, we signed this when, with less than a year, I think. We signed this in DRC. Our president signed that on the sidelines of the summit, okay? So sometimes and the reason why we must try as much as is possible to engage with people, to continue lobbying and coerce people into signing, it is because if we take a decision to go ahead and establish this without having some of the countries having signed, we're going to have a problem because those countries will fall off automatically from the PF. I hope I'm understood. That if we leave these countries outside, that's why we must persuade one another. That's why we must keep on nudging our leaders to sign. Otherwise, what it means is that if we decide to go ahead, let's say next year, as Honorable Mutenda was suggesting, let's say we have about 10 countries, still we don't have the 12. It means that the rest of the countries will fall off from the SADC PF. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges we are having with regards to this. Now, sorry, I'm told Zambia has not signed. Sorry, Zambia, you have not signed. Now, on the matter of the trust deed, it is mentioned there that in the report that we have 3 countries, namely Namibia, which is represented by the Speaker, Kachavivi, Angola, which is Portuguese speaking, and then DRC, which is French, right? Now, the Honorable Mutenda was just suggesting that at the last EXCO, it is true, at the EXCO in Namibia, we discussed a possibility of including another name, and that is the Honorable Muti. The problem is that currently the deed is crafted in a manner such that only 3 people are accommodated. So if we are to have an additional name to it, we would have to go back and go for a review of that deed. I don't know if you were aware of that, Honorable Mutenda, but you people, colleagues, you've been here longer, so you'd be able to clarify the matter, I'm sure, better. But for now, the manner in which that trust deed is crafted is that it can only have 3 names. Now, the other matter there's a matter which I thought, I don't know if honorable members, which I thought I don't know if I'm correct, if members are uncomfortable, they can raise their reservations. If you look at 7.3.2, it talks to, it says, in this respect, the forum will submit a new project proposal for a 3-year period to Sweden with focuses on areas which includes gender equality and sexual gender-based violence, universal health coverage, comprehensive sexuality education, early and unintended pregnancies, and safe abortion. And then, of course, and the advancement of democratization and human rights. Honorable members, I was requesting that maybe we should consider not using safe abortion, but talk about safe termination of pregnancy, because that is the term which is commonly used than abortion. But it's a proposal I'm putting on the table. Maybe people may not be comfortable with it. The documents, Honorable Member from Tanzania, all the documents were sent online. Check your emails, check your WhatsApp. That's where you'll find the documents. The intention was to make sure that this is a paperless exercise summit. So we will find those in our gadgets. The establishment of a lobby team, as Honorable Mutende has already indicated. I don't know how many people are in the lobby team. The last I knew, I was still in the executive then, was a lobby team which consisted of the former Speaker of Angola, the former Speaker of South Africa, and maybe, I think maybe Honorable Mutenda as well. But the issue is now, the lobby team must continue with its work. We can't keep on pushing this thing backwards and not making progress. Lastly, I do want to say this, that the sad thing about not having this body is that other regions do have. And they do have this body. As a result, they are strong. They can be very strong and even stronger than we are. And yet, SADC as SADC has always been regarded, at least at the level of the executive, as a very strong region, very well coordinated and well organized, to a point where if SADC wants something, if we want a position, we are able to speak with one voice and get that position. So when we are disorganized in the manner, we're not getting to that point where we are a solid block by having this kind of parliament. It really disadvantages us. A number of people, MPs, believed before we even launched the Pan-African Parliament that we would have had this body in SADC launched, particularly because the brains behind were our own leaders in our region. So that's all I can say, Honorable President, on the matter, unless there's a matter I've left out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, after the response of the mover of the motion, I put the question that the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters be adopted by the Plenary Assembly. Are there any objections?
No objections.
There being no objections, the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters is duly adopted. Thank you. Honorable members, I know we're a little bit late, but I will now propose a health break. I will allow 30 minutes and we will return at 17:15. Thank you. We will rise and adjourn. Don't want to break? Honorable members, we will resume. Secretary General, would you please read the third order of the day?
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, Treasurer's Report.
Thank you, Secretary General. I call upon the Treasurer, the Honorable Mduduzi Matsebula, to read the motion, to move the motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters. Honorable Treasurer.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters of the Forum, the Treasurer's report, be adopted by the 53rd Plenary Assembly. I beg to move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? The Honorable Member from Lesotho.
Mr. President, I wish to second the motion made by the Honorable Treasurer.
Thank you. I will now call on the Honorable Matsebula to present the report.
Mr. President, the Executive Committee wishes to present the management accounts of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to the 53rd Plenary Assembly for the financial year ended 31st March 2023. The management accounts consist of the following. 1, status of mandatory member contribution as at 31st March 2023 with an update as at 30th June 2023. And 2, budget performance report as at 31st March 2023. 3, financial reports for donor-funded programs or projects. We'll start with the status of mandatory member contributions as at 31st March 2023. The current annual mandatory contributions from member parliaments stands at 1,501,500 per annum per parliament. Seychelles' contribution is 127,050 per annum. That is Namibian dollars. The total revenue from mandatory contributions for the financial year 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023 is therefore a total of 21,148,050 Namibian dollars. The Plenary Assembly is advised that the status as of 31st March 2023 is the position that will be reflected in the audited financial statements and hence is submitted for noting at this stage. As of 31st March 2023, 11 parliaments had paid their contributions in full and have no outstanding balances. These are Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Namibia and Zimbabwe also made advance payments for the financial year beginning 1st April 2023. 4 countries had outstanding balances for the financial year ended 31st March 2023, namely DRC, Madagascar, Malawi, and Tanzania. 1.3 update as at 30th June 2023. Although the reporting period for these management accounts is for the period 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023, the update on the member contributions is reported up to 30th June 2023 in order to capture the latest position for the information of the Plenary Assembly. The update includes mandatory contributions for the financial year 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024, invoiced as at 1st April 2023. Balance brought forward as at 1st April 2023 included prepayments made by Zambia and Namibia towards the contributions for the financial year beginning 1st April 2023, that is the current financial year. As at 30th June 2023, 3 countries still had outstanding balances for the financial year ended 31st March 2023. Namely DRC, Malawi, and Madagascar. However, Malawi only has an outstanding balance of 358,000 Namibian dollars for the year ended 31st March 2023, having made a payment of 1,143,500 Namibian dollars in May 2023. The balance for Malawi is now 1,859,499.90 Namibian dollars, which includes the amount invoiced for the current financial year. As at 30th June 2023, 7 parliaments had paid their contributions for the current financial year in full and have no outstanding balances. These are Botswana, Eswatini, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, and Mauritius paid yesterday, which gives us a total of 8 countries paid, that have paid. 7 parliaments are yet to pay for the current financial year. Recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and take note of the status of annual mandatory contributions as at 31st March 2023 and the update as at 30th June 2023. The Plenary Assembly is requested to appreciate the commitment of member parliaments in ensuring that contributions are paid and to encourage those parliaments with outstanding balances to settle the same as a matter of priority. Number 2, Budget Performance Report as at 31st March 2023. Update on impact and application of policy to optimize technology for the implementation of activities. The plenary will recall that the budget for the financial year ended 31st March 2023 assumed that one plenary assembly, standing committee meetings, and other meetings would be held virtually unless other sources of funding were made available. This was in view of the deliberate policy position that was taken to manage scarce financial resources by optimizing the use of technology to facilitate virtual meetings. In view of lessons learned from successfully holding the 47th and 48th plenary assemblies and other meetings virtually during the height of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The plenary assembly is advised that while the forum was able to facilitate virtual meetings and plenary assemblies in the past, the membership has expressed preference for face-to-face meetings, with the executive committee resolving to prioritize face-to-face meetings at its meeting held in June 2022. This is mainly because virtual meetings have been plagued by connectivity problems in some member countries, thereby affecting the effective participation of members. The executive committee also at that time alluded to the fact that there was a noticeable decline in interactions and spontaneous quality of inputs from participants at virtual meetings when compared to when meetings were physical. In addition, the restrictions occasioned by the COVID pandemic no longer apply, and many member parliaments have reduced their investments in IT technology in comparison with those made during the pandemic. Many member parliaments are thus not tech ready to have their members log in virtually with quality Wi-Fi that can favor seamless sound and video interactions. The Plenary Assembly is advised that both the 51st and 52nd Plenary Assemblies were held physically in Lilongwe, Malawi, and Kinshasa, DRC, respectively, which prompted the allocation of funds from retained earnings to cater for the change. The Plenary Assembly is also advised that the Standing Committee meetings for the 51st and 52nd Plenary Assembly sessions were also held physically in Johannesburg, South Africa, resulting in expenditure being higher than budgeted. The Plenary Assembly may also wish to note that, fortunately, the Standing Committee meetings were largely funded by SRHR project, with GIZ and other donors also contributing due to the limited SADC PF main budget. Details of actual expenditure against budget are contained in the budget variance report at 2.2. Recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to take note of the above developments in order to appreciate the impact on the budget of the forum. 2.2 Budget Variance Report as at 31st March 2023. This budget variance report does not include expenditure from donor-funded budgeted income, but focuses on budgeted income and expenditure from mandatory member contributions and other income earned by SADC PF. Included in other income is interest earned and administrative fees earned from the CEDA project. In the approved budget for the financial year, the total budgeted expenditure amounts to 50,141,678 Namibian dollars. Out of this amount, 25,881,788 Namibian dollars is budgeted expenditure for donor-funded activities, which has a corresponding total budgeted income of 25,881,788 Namibian dollars, and has therefore a zero net effect on the budget for SADC PF. The budgeted expenditure for SADC PF income, that is minus donor funds, is therefore 24,259,890 Namibian dollars. In this regard, fund accountability statements for donor funding received will be reported in a separate section of this report. In addition, effective 1st April 2023, donor funds will not be consolidated in the accounts of the SADC PF to avoid overstatement of the financial position. Budget variance report. Budget expenditure of 24,259,890 Namibian dollars. The total budgeted expenditure for the financial year approved 2022-2023 budget by the 50th Plenary Assembly, less donor funds budgeted expenditure was 24,259,890. Supplementary budget. The following resulted in supplementary budget amounts which increased budgeted expenditure by an amount of 4,325,104. Kindly refer to total of column B on the budget variance report. From 24,259,890 Namibian dollars. Refer to column A. To 28,584,994. Refer to total of column D. Brought forward balances from year ended 31st March 2022. During the financial year 2022-2023, pursuant to the approval of the 51st Plenary Assembly, the following balance of funds from the financial year ended 31st March 2022 were approved to be brought forward for use as below. A total of 473,000 Namibian dollars was brought forward towards capital expenditure not incurred in the previous year on the same budget line. A balance of 228,000 was brought forward for election observation from the same budget line. Allocations from retained earnings. The 51st Plenary Assembly considered and approved the following allocations from retained earnings. 1, that an amount of 225,000 Namibian dollars be allocated from retained earnings to Standing Committee meetings budget line to facilitate the November 2022 meetings. 2, that an amount of 1,400,000 Namibian dollars be allocated from retained earnings to Plenary Assembly budget line for the 52nd Plenary Assembly that was held physically in the DRC in December 2022 to cater for the projected budget deficit of 1,400,000 Namibian dollars in view of the fact that the approved budget had provided for one virtual plenary assembly only. The estimated total cost for the 52nd Plenary Assembly was 2.5 million. Variation of budget lines. The 51st Plenary Assembly considered and approved the following variation of funds within the approved 2022-2023 budget. 1, an amount of 120,000 Namibian dollars was varied from the mortgage capital repayment budget line to the financial expenses budget line. 2, an amount of 100,000 Namibian dollars was varied from the motor vehicle capital repayment budget line to the financial expenses budget line. And then the additional contributions from member parliaments. Contributions amounting to 504,000 were committed by 6 member parliaments towards the Angola Election Observation Mission in August 2022. Contributions from SEDA towards salaries. An amount of 1,495,104 was contributed towards the salary of program manager. Total actual expenditure. The total actual expenditure as at 31st March 2022 was 24,233,213 representing 85% of the total budgeted expenditure for the year, leaving a balance of 4,351,781, 15%. Significant unfavorable variance. The following budget lines have significant unfavorable variances as at 31st March 2023, that is a variance more than 10%. Professional consultancy and legal expenses minus 217%. An unfavorable variance of 291,994 was realized with expenditure of 426,394 against the budget provision of 134,400 Namibian dollars. Expenditure on this budget line was for payment to consultants engaged for the salary review, performance management systems, and review of the finance and internal audit manuals, among others. The unfavorable variance arose mainly because the budget line was under budgeted and was not revised to accommodate the cost of the consultancies. Yes. The consultancies were approved by the Plenary Assembly towards the implementation of human resources and financial management policy and systems that had been overdue for many years. It was recognized that the institution would realize savings on various other budget lines that could be utilized, and that, therefore, the overall total budget would not be exceeded, with total expenditure still being within the total approved budget. Travel, subsistence, and transport, 173% over expenditure. Actual expenditure was 670,107 against budgeted expenditure of 245,584 Namibian dollars, resulting in a negative variance of 424,523 Namibian dollars, which is 173%. This was caused by attendance of various regional and international conferences and meetings, including the 144th, 145th, and 146th IPU conferences, the SADC Summit in DRC, the Pan-African Parliament, and other regional meetings. The costs were higher than anticipated due to the increase in flight and accommodation costs. The attendance of the meetings is strategic in order to facilitate linkages and build relations as the forum advances towards its transformation into a regional parliament. So they are necessary. In addition, the forum convenes the SADC group meeting on the occasion of IPCU conferences in order to ensure that the common regional agenda is prioritized and advanced. Program support. The budget amount was 301,500 Namibian dollars, while the expenditure incurred was 336,831 Namibian dollars, resulting in an unfavorable variance of 35,331 Namibian dollars, which is 12% over expenditure. This budget line was used for various networking meetings and engagements towards creating and sustaining partnerships and mobilizing resources. This included attendance to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, NDI Summit on the Constitutionalism, SADC Secretariat, Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs of the Republic of Australia, German Embassy, and other international cooperating partners, as networking is the pillar for strengthening the SADC PF resource base, especially in the wake of reduced internal technical resource capacity under programs and parliamentary business department, as well as shrinking donor funding. There is need to continue to make resources, both technical and financial,
available for the same. It is worth noting that some expenditure was reallocated to standing committees as the missions undertaken were related to specific standing committees such as FANR and GDHR. And then election observation. Actual expenditure was 1,312,612 Namibian dollars against a budget of 1,032,000 Namibian dollars, resulting in a negative variance of 280,612, which is 27%. This expenditure was incurred on the Angola Election Observation Mission in August 2022. The cost for ground transport, accommodation, and conference facilities were very high, driven by high demand resulting from the huge numbers of election observer missions in Angola. Contributions towards the same were committed from 6 member parliaments, with 3 already received from Mozambique, Zambia, and South Africa. The contributions of 4,800 US dollars per participating parliament are included in the budgeted expenditure amount of 1,032,000 Namibian dollars. In addition, 228,000 was brought forward for election observation from the previous financial year ended 31st March 2022. And then audit. Actual expenditure was 176,132 against a budget of 150,000 Namibian dollars. The negative variance of 26,132, which is 17%, was caused by the actual fee being higher than budgeted. Recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to consider and take note of the performance of the budget as at 31st March 2023. The Plenary Assembly is requested to appreciate the reasons for the unfavorable variance and the fact that the total budget was not exceeded. Where over expenditure was anticipated in good time, proposal for variance and allocation of funds were made to the Executive Committee and the Plenary Assembly. The Executive Committee submits that the over expenditure on certain budget lines was caused by the need to ensure that activities were undertaken to advance the objectives of the forum in line with its strategic plan. In addition, while in various years many activities were co-funded by cooperating partners, there has been a growing need to strengthen reliance on internal resources. Rising costs due to inflation contributed to increased expenditure. Number 3, and the last one, financial reports for donor-funded projects. SEDA, the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Project, SRHR, following the no-cost extension approval in 2023, the SRHR project now runs from 1st July 2019 to 31st May 2023. The total grant budget was $3,778,795 US dollars, which is 35 million Swedish kroners, to be used over a period of 4 years. The SRHR funds are kept in separate bank accounts and the financial statements are prepared in US dollar and audited separately. Financial performance. The total grant received and fund utilized during the financial years 2022, 2023, and 21 and 2022 are as follows. I'll read the 2022. 2023. Balance brought forward was 1,277,783. Grant received 467,926. Fund utilized was 1,450,923. Net restricted fund 294,796 US dollars. SEDA approved a no-cost extension of the project for 2 months from April 2023 to 31st May 2023. During this period, the SRHR funds availed as above of 294,796 US dollars approved to be utilized to finance the following: salaries of SHR employees for April and May 2023, standing committee meetings scheduled for 7 to 13 May 2023, multi-stakeholder meetings at national parliaments, and audit fees. Cost extension proposal. SADC Parliamentary Forum has further submitted a budget proposal for a cost extension of the project from 1st June 2023 to 30th September 2023 to facilitate winding up of the project. The proposal documents are being considered by SEDA. Budget variance as at 31st March 2023. The budget variance report shows expenditure against budget by budget line item. The variance between actual expenditure and the budget for SHR project are monitored on a monthly basis. As at 31st March 2023, there are no budget lines where there was any major negative variance, that is a variance of more than 10%. A negative variance of less than 10% is allowable. ADA other grant on strengthening parliamentary capacity in the SADC administered by GIZ. The grant was financed by the Australian Development Agency, ADA, and was administered on their behalf by GIZ. The total grant amount was 309,905.09 euros. The project ran from 1st March 2020 to 28th February 2023 and has since been closed. The total amount of funds received from ADA amounted to euros equaling to 213,451. Expenditure incurred as of 31st March 2023 totaled to 274,283.88 euros, resulting in a net deficit of 60,832.88 euros. A claim has been submitted to GIZ for 60,832.88 euros, as this amount is within budget in the grant agreement. Payment is yet to be received. Details of expenditure are as contained in the financial statement. You can go through in your reports. Action Aid, Accountability and Gender Responsiveness Project. The grant is financed by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, SADC. The grant is administered on their behalf by Action Aid. The project runs from 1st July 2019 to 30th June 2023. The grant amount is 158,199. The donor does not require audited financial statements for this grant, but requires periodic financial reports which are submitted every 6 months. The overall goal of the project is to improve accountability and gender responsiveness in public resource management, particularly the areas of HIV, SRH services for adolescents and youth, and agricultural services, contributing to the realization of selected SADC regional commitments. Statement of financial position as at 31st March 2023. The balance of funds brought forward on 1st April 2022 from the financial year ended 31st March 2022 is $44,435 US. Expenditure incurred from the 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023 totaled to $29,560.75 US, resulting in a balance of $14,873.94 US. The expenditure was incurred on the standing committees on FANR and TIFI. Details are as contained in the fund accountability statement. SAF-AIDS, Plan International, SADC, UNAIDS, UNFPA, UNDOC, ARASA, development of gender-based violence, GBV model law. The development of the GBV model law was completed. In this regard, SAF-AIDS and Plan International were among a group of cooperating partners that supported the process. Other partners, SADC, UNAIDS, UNDOC, UNFPA, and ARASA, made direct payments to the consultant and support services required for the meetings and consultative process in the development of the model law. SAF-AIDS, statement of financial position as of 31st March 2023, the funds brought forward as 1st April 2022 amount to $1,300 US. Further funding of $26,400 US was received during the year, bringing the total income to $27,700 US. Expenditure incurred from 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2022 totaled to US dollars 11,778, resulting in a balance of 16,322 US dollars. The expenditure was incurred on site event as standing committee meetings in May 2022. Details are as contained in the fund accountability statement. Plan International statement of financial position as of 31st March 2022. An amount of $20,000 US was received from Plan International in June 2021 towards the GBV model law. The balance brought forward as of 1st April 2022 is $114,658 Namibian dollars. Expenditure of $104,508.60 Namibian dollars was incurred towards the consultancy of the GBV model law newsletter. The fund has a balance of $10,149.70 Namibian dollars as at 31st March 2023. Other donors, APHRC, in-kind support. APHRC held 10 virtual capacity building meetings or trainings from April 2022 to March 2023 on various areas of interest. Both MPs and staff of member parliaments and the secretariat. Each meeting is estimated to have cost at least $5,500 US, as detailed below. The total contribution from APHRC is valued at 55,000 US dollars. Breakdown per meeting is as follows. Interpreters it's 1,800 per meeting. Resource persons, 2,700. Translation, 1,000. Total cost per meeting, 5,500 US dollars. Recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly. The Plenary Assembly is requested to take note of the contributions from donors and cooperating partners. The Plenary Assembly is requested to express its appreciation to the various donors and cooperating partners for their continued commitment and support. Allow me to repeat that, Mr. President. The Plenary Assembly is requested to express its appreciation to the various donors and cooperating partners for their continued commitment and support. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Treasurer. I shall now call on the seconder of the motion, the Honorable Speaker Sekamene, to present the address seconding the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I intend to structure my seconding statement to the Treasurer in 4 points so that we can keep it short. 1, virtual vis-a-vis physical meetings. 2, transformation to a regional parliament. 3, member parliaments as sources of funds vis-a-vis donors. 4, and last, unfavorable variances, starting with virtual vis-a-vis physical meetings. As the Treasurer has pointed out, we have come back to physical meetings after virtual meetings that were imposed by the circumstances then. In this regard, it is worth noting that the Pan-African Parliament, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the Inter-Parliamentary Union have also, for the most part, resumed their physical meetings. In other words, this is an established trend, and for good reason, which I will come to. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Virtual meetings are, on the one hand, highly cost-effective and a huge time saver when you think in terms of planning for the meetings, the transport, and so on. Many of us have taken more than a day to arrive at this place. If this were to be a virtual meeting, there would have been no need for such waste, both in terms of financial resources and time. But on the other hand, virtual meetings don't inspire much enthusiasm among people. They don't inspire much engagement and debate experience, especially for large meetings such as the Plenary Assembly. They are also, as pointed out by the Treasurer, heavily plagued by intractable connectivity problems and have a stunting effect on the quality of spontaneity. So it is still true that nothing has been invented yet that beats eye-to-eye contact and body language. Physical meetings are, needless to mention, highly effective and much more prepared for many obvious advantages, including exposure, that I'm thinking about my own delegation, we are all new. And if this had been a virtual meeting, we will not be seeing all of you here congregating and mingling the way that we're doing. So we will be denied the advantage of that exposure. Also, the opportunity for site meetings and consultations. I have seen many of those take place right here in this meeting. Also, the smoothness of the process, that when you have a physical meeting, you know, the president knows how to anticipate and conduct the affairs such that there is the smoothness of anticipation and process. And the creation of cordiality and camaraderie among colleagues. In a virtual meetings, you don't meet with people. You only just talk to them. You may see them, but that is not really seeing them. But then, physical meetings constitute a significant drain on the meager financial resources of the forum, especially seeing the sustained rise in inflation over the past few years and the generally dwindling global economy. That is what I would like to say, just simply putting in facts relating to the comparison between virtual meetings and physical meetings, leaving the conclusion to the members to see how sensitive a balance it is that needs to be constructed. On the issue of the transformation to a regional parliament, all I need to say here is that we have had a most thrilling and lively debate on the transformation of our forum to the regional parliament, eloquently tabled by the Honorable Speaker from the Republic of South Africa and ably ventilated by the Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe. There are good prospects. But when it comes to finances, there is the point here that with the advent of this transformation, the issue of funding will begin to loom higher and higher. And this may be one of the prohibitive factors that need to be attended to. We would much want to move towards a regional parliament, but we must take cognizance of the financial implications of such a move and do due diligence and put in place strategies to go ahead in this regard. And on the issue of member parliaments carrying the responsibility, the financial responsibility of our forum, vis-a-vis relying a little bit too much on donors. The key matters here are those of independence and sovereignty, underpinned by the old adage that he who pays the piper calls the tune. We ought to tread very sensitively as we negotiate with our development partners and come into agreements that people fear we should not then throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, and find that we have increasingly lost our sovereignty. And herein lies the importance of exploring more innovative ways of cost containment and fundraising, including one, the creation of a paperless environment, as mentioned by the treasurer, such that large reports and other documents are shared on portals such that they can be accessed at the press of a button, which is also a plus on the protection of the environment, underlining our policy with regard to the environment. Two, greater and more savvy use of technology, including the use of internet and social media. 3, using virtual meetings whenever suitable and appropriate. In other words, we should not come to a totalistic rejection and abandonment of the virtual meetings. There is a lot of room for such meetings. It is just that for meetings such as this one, the plenary session, it creates a very difficult circumstance. So you might want to debate and choose when and how to continue to employ virtual meetings in order to contain costs. 4, and last, going out to find user-friendly organizations that will be willing to support the forum without imposing outrageous sovereignty comprising conditions. And if we look hard enough, there are many such organizations in the world who would be willing to support a good cause such as ours without compromising our identity and sovereignty. The last point, Mr. President, relates to unfavorable variances. I only just want to emphasize before the honorable members that the plenary assembly is requested humbly to note and appreciate that while the unfavorable variances may look unacceptably high, but the treasurer has put up a very convincing and adequate justification for them in terms of the reasons why they were undertaken. Moreover, and more importantly, the plenary session should note that the total budget was itself not exceeded in spite of these several unfavorable variances. I beg to second, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Again, members are allocated 5 minutes, and you are requested to identify yourself. Please raise your hands, those who wish to address. Thank you. Thank you. I will start with the member from Zimbabwe.
Yes, Honorable President. Let me begin by thanking both the Treasurer General and the Seconder for the motion and the presentation of the accounts for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Without taking away any of the good work that has been done, just to find out, Honorable President, I appreciate the fact that there was mention of migration from manual to IT, which is a plus on the organization, but also just to find out on whether, as an organization, we have migrated to IPSAS, that is International Public Accounting System, in sync with public finance management, so that at least we are moving towards a development and with the times. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
Honorable
Paulina
Member.
Mpariwa from Zimbabwe.
I will call on the member from Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And may I begin by congratulating the motion and the Secretary General with her team for all the efforts they are doing to make this thing happen well. I have 2 questions. Well, about the subscription fees, I'm sure all of us are going to struggle that it is paid, and those who have not paid, then they'll pay as well. Now, my problem is the one honorable from Lesotho who seconded the motion spoke about the unfavorable variance. Now, my question is, what percentage is allowed for the variance? Say, administration should not exist, maybe 30%, 70%. Now, since it's not stated, I don't know how well qualified it is unfavorable or not favorable. And he ended up saying, as long as the budget did not pass, then it's not an issue. I'm not an accountant by profession, but then I don't really take it easily that was it real, where was the budget supposed to pass? So these are things to be dealt with the accountants, but I request that we know exactly to what extent should the variance be too much or not, so that in future then we'll know how to argue. Me personally, maybe, I'll know how to say yes or no. Otherwise, the report was so good, and I congratulate the treasurer, hoping that in future we are going to do it even better. But it's so far so good. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I call on the member from Tanzania. Oh, sorry, that was Tanzania. I call the member from South Africa.
Chair, thanks very much. It's Darren Bergman again from South Africa. Just to congratulate the Treasurer again for a great report. I think if people appreciate that the times we are in and the difficulties we warned about, that was an excellent report. And I think the challenges were met. And I think it must be appreciated. And there's two things that I think we need to understand, and I think the Advocate Modenda had already spoken about it before. We, in terms of the trust and in terms of fundraising, it's either going to be one or the other. We're either going to have to fundraise or we're going to have to increase membership fees. But there's also a chicken and egg scenario, because people are only going to fund if they can see productivity. There's a difference between activity and productivity. Activity is, we can fill our diaries with talk shops, we can fill our diaries with meetings and meetings and meetings, and that's activity. But I think what fundraisers want us, or funders want to see, they want to see productivity, is what can come out of the meetings. What can we do over and above the activity? And I think that's when we are best, is when we're actually being productive. And there's some exciting proposals in the pipeline that will be introduced in good time. But I think that's where the important stuff lies, is that we need to ensure that the programs are productive and that we are showing that the funders that we're not just about meeting on Zoom, but that we're meeting and being productive in what we do. And that brings me to the second thing, which is election monitoring, the SG's favorite subject. We are going into a series of elections in SADC. And of course, it's very hard to say which election is important and which one is not. Because if you listen to everyone's reports from the countries, all the countries are doing so well, and no country has any problems. Unfortunately, I think if you listen to the media outside of those countries, election monitoring is probably very important. And no country is spared the eyes of the media, and no country is spared the wrath of the election observation teams and the international media. So who should best police our countries than ourselves? And I think it's important that SADC has a handle on their own election observations by sending in their own teams first. And I've always said that election observation doesn't start at the polls on the day of elections. Election observation starts at the beginning of the end of the last term of elections. So we should already be monitoring some of those elections that are already on the calendar. And I think it's important then that we have that argument about who pays for it, which parliaments pay for it, which does SADC pay for it. But again, I bring up the example that here is where we can actually have virtual meetings. We do not need necessarily to be in the lands of the elections. Some of the most productive election observation missions have taken place virtually, where we've been able to interrogate the heads of the election independent electoral commissions, the police, the army, the media, and we've had true and fair engagement with people directly on virtual platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your contributions. I will now call on the Treasurer. Oh, did you have a hand up, Honourable Speaker from Zimbabwe?
May I start by commending the Treasurer General for his very clear and balanced financial statement, and more so that, as the seconder did indicate, we did not exceed the budget in spite of the unfavorable items that appear in the statement. Mr. President, there's an issue that seems to have been omitted, and that is our asset, the old house that was supposed to have been sold, and certain some due diligence was supposed to have taken place regarding compliance with the municipality of Windhoek. That's one aspect. Second aspect of that asset was the proposal by Honorable Darren Bergman, and I thought he was going to speak to it, that there was some interest expressed to transform that property to some useful center as a library and possibly a place where conferences could be held. And I'm not sure whether it was an omission because nothing has happened in terms of what we discussed earlier on, or there is some traction from the suggestion by Honorable Darren Bergman that the people who had expressed interest to use that property in favor of the SADC PF institution has had some development or traction in terms of implementation of the idea. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, I will now call on the Treasurer to respond to the debate. Honourable Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to start with the Eros House. The Eros House is at a stage where the Secretariat has undertaken the following: engagement of quantity surveyor to compile bills of quantities, engagement of architect to manage the process of the corrective and renovation works, engagement of 2 valuation surveyors to provide valuations of the property in its correct state for audit purposes, following the need to have a compliance certificate before we can sell or do any other thing in regard to that property. Moreover, the executive hasn't taken a decision on the issue of the Arrows House, including the proposal to convert it into a library following the commitment taken by a donor. So I saw it as premature, really, to make it part of the report until the executive has taken a decision. I hope the plenary will be will be updated on the same issue. But nevertheless, the issue of compliance certificate, the Secretariat is making sure that the compliance certificate is obtained, and the other issues of engagement of quantity surveyor to compile the bills, and engagement of architect and other associated issues. I guess it's that would be all I can say for now, but I stand guided if there is more information to that. And then it's the issue of the percentage allowable in regard to over expenditure. 10% is allowable, but we should take into consideration the appreciation of the dollar versus the depreciation of the domestic operating currency in the last 2 years. That has had an adverse effect in terms of budgeting. And moreover, I would say that most of the items where there is over expenditure, it was approved by the executive. And then there was also a question of migrating from manual to IT. We will consider the recommendation, but it will come with budget constraints, but it is worth pursuing and exploring. We will consider the recommendations as stated from Zim. My second, I would like to add something on some of the issues as he has indicated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, nothing much, Mr. President, except to say that the Treasurer has, I think, adequately responded to these issues. Mine is only to add that in addition to the fact that variances have been referred to the Executive Committee and have been explained and approved, there is also the issue that, which we mentioned, that the total budget was, however, not exceeded. So that in running an organization, you do expect that there could be under budgeting, but then the accountability aspect of informing the ruling body, explaining and accounting why there has been such over expenditure and getting their approval, while at the same time making sure that you don't exceed the actual budget. I think that should be adequate. But having said that, we are not accountants. I'm sure that the Secretariat could be able to add for your comfort, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Treasurer and Saganda. The Honorable Member would like to, yes, yes, I'm looking at the member from Botswana.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our President. I apologize to come after the responses have been made. No, just a very small one, though it appears minor, but very important. I think we forgot to make an appeal to those members whose subscriptions are still way behind. This body is dependent on subscriptions. we need to be updated, to have our records updated. We are still grappling with this issue at the forum, and yet we want to turn it into parliament, whereby we are going to need bigger finances. In Afrikaans, we say, biki biki bank meer. So we've got to start small and big. I thank you, our president.
Thank you, honorable member. I do have a request from, is it from Seychelles? If you would.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable members, we are continuing after the response has been made. So I would like you to just note very specific points in response to what the treasurer has said. Honorable member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, very specific. And I should congratulate the treasurer and the seconder as well. And I was very happy to hear that the report itself congratulated the SADC PF for this innovative approach in regards to IT, having our new portals, and everything was sent online, and we had to download the documents, the reports, and so on and so forth. But, Mr. Speaker, probably tomorrow things will get better, because most of us here delegates, we don't have a facility to charge our laptops, and probably I'm just putting forward that maybe for the delegates, as of tomorrow and onwards, maybe all delegates should be connected with facilities like extension cords for us to facilitate our deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable member. I have the honorable member from South Africa.
Thanks. Just to answer the advocate, is just to say that we are going to have the proposal come back to the executive again, because exactly as the treasurer had said, we have to wait on the actual property itself. If the property, for whatever reason, is sold, there's no reason why the project itself cannot continue in another property, which will be something that we will look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. Do you have a further request from Zimbabwe? Before the speaker from Zimbabwe, I have the speaker, the member from Tanzania. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being a beneficiary of the budget which was just read to us, I also want to thank the donors, because really, had they not been supportive to this, we wouldn't have been here even now. But still, I'm insisting that we should keep on with the budget which are activity-based as an advice. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Speaker, Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful for the response by the treasurer concerning our house asset. May I plead with the treasurer and the Secretary General to conclude matters expeditiously, because we don't want to lose traction from the proposal that was made by the Honorable Darren Bergman and highly supported by the Speaker of Namibia, Professor Kajavivi, who gave us some light of hope that that property would be transformed into a very positive asset for the SADC PF. And you are quite right, I agree with Botswana, that when the treasurer has responded, perhaps we shouldn't be raising issues. But in future also, the treasurer must not forget issues that have some bearing on the financial resources of our organization. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now put the question, the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, the Treasurer's report, be adopted by the Plenary Assembly. Are there any objections?
No objections.
There being no objections, the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters is duly adopted. Thank you. Thank you all for your contributions. I believe we did have another matter on the order paper, but in the interest of health, we will postpone that for tomorrow, and we will move to an adjournment. But before we disperse, I would just like to read you a small announcement, and that is to inform delegates of this assembly that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism of Tanzania has set up a pavilion with important information about tourist attractions in Tanzania. All delegates are encouraged to visit the pavilion located in front of this hall. I thank you. Honorable members, I thank you for your attention and hard work today. We will now rise to adjourn, and we will resume tomorrow morning at 9.